Wouldn't it be cool if WhatsApp has partnered with OpenAI so that we could ask questions to ChatGPT directly in the app, or even we could ask for images from DALL-E and get some responses back? Well, I think that would be awesome, and that's what we'll be building today. Hey and welcome. In this video, we will build and deploy this WhatsApp clone that you see on the screen. Before we jump into the code, let me give you a quick showcase of the app. Once we log in, we will be redirected to the homepage. In the left panel, we can see all of our past conversations with details. We can create private chats and group chats, which will have a name and an image. We can see the current members of the chat, and if we are the admin, we can kick users from the chat. We can send text messages, emojis, photos, and videos. We can ask questions to OpenAI's ChatGPT model by prefixing our messages, and it'll give us a response back. We can also ask for an image from DALL-E, and once it's ready, it'll be sent back to our chat. Such a cool application, right? And everything in this app will work in real time, meaning that other users can see our messages as soon as we send them. There will be a light and dark mode support, and it'll feel like the original WhatsApp. One of my favorite features is video calling, where we can create a room, share the link room with our friends, and start the meeting. We can adjust the layout to be grid or sidebar. We can share our screen, send messages to the room, and a lot more stuff. And also, I tried to make sure to add small details to this app, such as date indicators and online status for users. On top of these, this video includes concepts that you'll be using in your day-to-day job, such as webhooks, HTTP actions, route handlers, and a bunch of other concepts. And we will always see behind the scenes and how everything works together so that we can truly understand our code base. Overall, I think this is one of the coolest applications that you can put on your resume. Let's see the prerequisites and course outline, then we'll just jump into the code. For the prerequisites, you're expected to know the basics of CSS, such as flexbox, border radiuses, background colors, images, etc. And a basic understanding of JavaScript and React is also required. Things like components, props, and hooks. Knowing the basics of Next.js and TypeScript would help you to complete this project faster, but if you don't have any experience with them, you can still learn them along the way. This course is divided into 5 major parts. First, we will start with UI design by using ChatCN. We will build our chat page with React components. We will add light and dark mode, and we will be working with some hard-coded data for the sake of UI. Then we will add authentication with Clerk, and we will learn things like webhooks, HTTP actions, and Next.js middleware and how it all works. In the third part, we will add the core features such as creating conversations, sending text messages, emojis, photos, videos, etc. And to be able to implement all these features, we need to have a real-time database. And for this, we'll be using Convex, which is the sponsor of this video. Along the way, Convex will help us with its real-time capabilities. A huge thanks to the team for building such an amazing product, and they also provide a free trial that we can use for all of our side projects. There will be a link in the description where you can sign up for free. And lastly, in this section, we'll be using OpenAI's API to be able to add chat completions and image generations. And in the last 2 sections, we will add the video calling and finally deploy our app. While building this project, if you encounter any bugs or errors, there's a Discord server that you can join to ask for help. The link will be in the description. And I'll just be humble enough to say that I design, prepare, record, and edit these videos all by myself, and it takes a lot of time and effort. So if you can like and subscribe, I would really appreciate that. Thanks for watching, and let's get started. Okay, so let's start with the UI design. Now in this section, we will be copying and pasting some code. And this code will not handle any logic, but it is just gonna be pure HTML and CSS. And the reason is we don't want to waste too much time in this section, and we want to skip this as quickly as possible so that we could focus on the full stack content in the incoming sections. And if you are here, I already assume you have already learned the HTML and CSS part, and you want to focus on the full stack concepts instead of these. And these CSS concepts will be pretty basic, such as flexbox, background colors, border radiuses, margins, paddings, and that kind of basic stuff. And just to even speed up this process, I have created a complete guide that you could find in the source code in the description. So go into this file called copy paste UI, and we'll just go ahead, which is about 600 lines of code. We'll just go through this list one by one, and as we add code, as we copy and paste, I'll just try to explain it as much as possible. So let's go ahead and from the first step, we would like to set up a Next.js project. Let's copy this script and visit our VS Code. I'll open up a new terminal and then just paste it. So here we just say npx create next app latest, and we put dot so that it will install it under this current folder, which I have created and called it as WhatsApp clone. So I'll press enter, and that's gonna ask us a couple of different questions. So we'd like to go with TypeScript, ESLint, TailwindCSS, source directory, app router, which is the recommended, and we could leave the import alias as it is. And if you don't know what that is, you'll see in a couple of minutes. And okay, that's gonna initialize it. Okay, so it is done. Let's say npm run dev so that we could see it in our browser. I'll go ahead and open up the localhost 3000. And here is the demo application that we'll be referring as we go through. So let's see, that's going to initialize it and start the development server. Let's just wait a little bit. Okay, so this is the starter Next.js application that we have. Now the next thing that we'd like to do, let's see, is going to be the chat.cn. Let's copy this link or the command. So let's take a look at what is chat.cn. It is a component library that we'll be using, and basically it is completely accessible. It has these kind of like components that you could use, the starter codes, the boilerplates. Let's go ahead and search for something like button, and we're just gonna install each component one by one. So there will not be too much dependencies. We're only going to install the ones that we'll use. Let's go ahead and take a look at something like dialog, not alert dialog, but dialog. So just to get this effect, all you have to do is just install it and copy and paste this code. And that's gonna make everything super fast, and we'd like to use this. So we have copied the command, so I'll go ahead and paste it. And again, that's gonna ask us a couple of different questions. So we'd like to go with the default and slate CSS variables. Yes, we'll be using them. And that's going to initialize the chat.cn. So I think it's going to create the components.json file. It's going to overwrite the tailwindconfig.ts as well as the global.css file. Let's see, it is going to add these variables, CSS variables. So these are the colors that it give you out of the box, and everything that you see under this root will be used in the light mode, and these are the colors that will be used in the dark mode. So here you could see if there is background and foreground, and it is the exact same thing it has for the light mode. But the only thing that changes is this color. Okay, it is HSL and not RGB. Let's see, I think we could say something like, I'll just say, I don't know, my variable. And if you want to get these kind of values, let's just put FFF, and then you could go ahead and say, like, I want to get this color and I would like to have the HSL version of it. So you would delete this part and just have the numbers as it is. Okay, now we just have the exact same kind of structure. But now I would like to add a couple of different variables that we'll be using so that we could get this, like when we hover over this color and this background color, this container, as well as the left color, also this green colors. And these colors for the dark mode, and in the light mode, these are going to be the colors, right? So for this we have this green color, etc. So that's why we're going to go ahead and copy this global.css file and just replace it with the one that we have. So here I just put some notes that I have changed the background color and added these classes for the light mode and then these classes for the dark mode. And at the very end, I have added this part so that we can change this scroll bar and just customize it. So let's see if we can see that. So currently we cannot see in the demo, but I think later in the course we could see it. And we'll just have basically a thin dark mode, cool looking scroll bar. Okay, so I'll go ahead and delete this file completely and then just paste the one that I have take from the GitHub repo. So just save this file and let's see what are we gonna do next. Now we have added our CSS variables, right? These were the classes that we have added. I mean the CSS variables, right? Let's just see, double check it. So these are the classes, I mean CSS variables that we have added. Now we would like to use this, and to be able to do that, we're going to go into the tailwind config.ts, and if we just scroll to the very end, like these are the colors that ChatCN uses by default, and we would like to add some background colors. That's why we're going to copy this. So these are the background color that we have, and then the background image. I'll copy all of these and then just paste it to here. So basically what happens when you want to use this container class, that's going to take it, this CSS variable, and it is going to use the one if you're in the light mode, or if you're in the dark mode, that's going to use the dark mode value. And I think again that's going to make sense in a couple of minutes. So we could save this file, and for the background images we have these PNGs, but currently we don't have it. So go into the GitHub repo and copy and paste this public folder into here. So I'll just delete this and then just drag and drop it into this root. So here I have added the public folder. Let's see the images that we have. So this is the background color that we'll be using in the dark mode, and this is for the light mode, and this is the desktop hero that we'll be using just like in the demo. Let's close this. This is what we're gonna get, and this is the background image as well as the light mode image. Let's go into the dark mode, and then we have the placeholder that we'll be using if a user or a group don't have any images. We're gonna use this, I think we're not gonna use this tile. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I think we could delete this tile, and probably you won't see that in the GitHub repo. And then we have, let's see, the WhatsApp PNG, and I think we are not going to use this as well, but let's just keep it for now. These are the images that we need to install. Let's take a look what is the next step. So we already grabbed the assets. Now we would like to add a light and dark mode with ChatCN. Now let's see, I'll just copy this, but first let's take a look at the documentation. Let's say you don't want to know how to add it. Let's say dark mode with Next.js. So they say install Next themes. We're gonna copy this with npm and then just paste it. That's gonna install that package. And the other step is to create themeprovider.tsx. Now I will copy this, or maybe the one that we have here. I think it's completely the same. We would like to go under this source. I'll create a file or folder called providers, and then inside I'll say, so what do we call it? Themeprovider.tsx. Now this is going to be a client component, and here we can see it has been installed. Let's just paste it, and we're going to go into the layout. Let's see, under the app layout, we're gonna wrap this with that, so the provider. So wrap your root layout with this theme provider. I'll copy this in the VS Code. So I'll just delete this children part and then just paste this. Now we have the children that is wrapped with this theme provider. Let's install it, I mean import it from that file that we have created, and then let's test it out. I'll copy this and go into the home page. So here basically we have that boilerplate Next.js application. I think we could delete this completely. And then what we have is this functional component, which has 3 different buttons for light, dark, and system modes. When we click to them, that's gonna run this set theme that is coming from Next themes. Let's save and test it out. We'll go into the home page. If you want to go into the light mode, that's gonna be it. Dark mode and the system, and in my machine it is by default the dark mode. So now that we have tested out and it is working fine, we would like to start coding our layout. So first we would like to set up the homepage layout, and here we could see there is one left panel and one right panel, and if there isn't any conversation selected, we see this chat placeholder, right? But when we select a chat, then we see that specific conversation. So we need to create all these components one by one. So the first thing that we would like to install or create, let's say it says create a new folder under components called home. Let's go under the source, under the components, and this is the folder that ChatCN creates you by default, and you'll see why. Now let's say home, and then it says create left panel.tsx and right panel.tsx. Okay, we have these. Now let's see, it says go into the home page. So in page.tsx and just paste this code. I will copy it. And then for the right panel and left panel, let's put some code. So here I am using this extension called, most of you guys know this, but I just need to mention in case there is someone don't know this. So ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. And once you install it, you could do things like RAFCE and get this kind of boilerplate code. So here I'd like to change this with, let's say, right panel. Oops, I did a mistake. So I'll say RAFCE and then just type right panel. And then I'll go here, do the same thing. I'll close these. And then in the home page, I would like to just replace this where we have a main tag with some classes. And then this one, let's import all these and I'll just try to explain. So let's close this left panel. So basically we are rendering the left and right panel side by side. And since it is under the flags, so this is going to be on the left hand side, this is going to be on the right hand side. And we say this is going to be height of 100 VH minus 50 pixels. So full screen minus 50 pixels. And the reason is it is this margin that we are giving. And then it has the maximum width so that, let's see in the demo, now as our screen gets larger and larger, it doesn't go and fill the entire screen. So here you could see the maximum width is 1700 pixels. Okay, so and we say like margin X of auto so that it is being centered, and we say BG left panel. And how does that work? So in Tailwind config we said that let's go into the background colors. We have left panel, which uses the left panel CSS variable. And since we are in the dark mode, that's going to take the dark mode value. And if we were in the light mode, that was going to take the light mode value. And that's the beauty of using the CSS variables, so that we just with one class we could add the support for light and dark mode. And then we have this kind of decorator for light mode, and it is this thing that you see in the background. It only happens or only shown in the light mode and not in the dark mode. So how does that happen? You say in the dark mode the background will be transparent, so it is not going to shown, but in the light mode it'll be this green primary color. And if you don't put anything before like colors, or if you don't specify that, it's going to be a light mode by default. And if you want to change it, override it specifically, you would add the dark mode. And with that in mind, let's save and let's see if this is the end result that we'd like to get. Yeah, now we're in the dark mode. We just see the left panel and right panel. Let's see what is the next step. So it says it is time to set up the left panel. Now from the ChatCN, we would like to install the input, drop down menu, and button. And the reason is, let's see again in the demo, we have like a drop down, we have an input, and then I think that's going to be the button, or maybe we'll use it later. So let's go ahead and copy this. Now we could just copy and paste all of them one by one, but what I'll do instead, I'll just get that first one. I'll paste it. So we'd like to add input from ChatCN. Also, we'd like to add the button, and I think it was the drop down dash menu. Let's see. It was the drop down menu, button, and then the input. Let's install all of them. So it has been installed. Let's go ahead and install this React icons. And this is the package that we'll be using for icons, as well as another package that we have by default that has been installed. And it is going to be the Lucid React package. And ChatCN uses this by default. Well, let's see in the package.json file. Okay, so this is that icon library that we'll be using alongside with the Redux UI React icons. So let's go here. I'll delete this. We don't need this. And this is going to be a server component. And if you have never used it, Next.js before, like we add this use client whenever we want to have some states. So things like use state, use effect, or maybe some custom hooks. So basically you add it when you want to have some interactivity. But in this case, we don't want to use it because we're not going to have any interactivity for this component. And if you don't add it, it's going to be server component. And that means this component will completely be rendered on the server. But for the use client, that's going to make it a client component. And that means this will still be rendered on the server, but it'll send some JavaScript code to the client and it's going to hydrate it. So I think that's all you need to do, all you need to know for now. So we're going to delete and let's see what is the next step. We would like to create a theme switch component. I'll copy this and then I'll just walk you through what is going on here in this file. So under the source, I think in the components, we could just leave it in. Here we can see like we have installed the button, input and dropdown, right? So ChatCN is going to take those components and put it under this UI folder. So I don't generally use this UI folder so that ChatCN uses it by default. And for the components that I would like to add, I either put them into the specific page, or if it is something that I'll be using commonly, I'll just put it in the root for this application. So I'll just say theme-switch.tsx. Okay, so we're gonna paste the code and let's see what are we gonna do next. We have created it and now we would like to add this into the left panel. So once we import this, I'll explain this file. In the left panel, let's go ahead and I'll just paste the left panel completely. So we have some errors. Let's see. So we are importing the theme switch. I think I'll just put it into the home. Okay. So let's see the end result in the demo. Okay, so this is the left panel and let's see what is going on. So we have this header first, which we have a user icon on the left and then message square like icon, and then like we have a to do. This will be replaced with a component called userless dialog, but for now just ignore this. And then we have the theme switch, which is gonna be this one, right? And then we have the logout button. I think we're not gonna use this logout button for now. Okay, let's just leave it. And then below that we have a search component and an input. So this search is a logo, I believe, and then we have the input, then another icon, and then that icon is list filter, and at the end we have like a chat list that we're going to map through the conversations. For now we don't have any conversations, it is an empty array. Let's see, and we just check if the length is 0, we'll just show you don't have any conversations yet and you need to start somewhere. So that was the kind of UI design. Let's see like the dark and the light mode and the system mode. And here you could see in the light mode, we have this kind of decorator that we have added. And let's see the theme switch component. And again, like if you want to see this code, just please pause the video and just read it. But here you could see there is not anything complex, literally just paddings, more paddings, texts, like width full, border radiuses, box shadows, and background colors, and nothing else. And that's why we don't want to waste any time by writing these, but just rather copy and paste it so that we could focus on the full stack. And then here in the theme switch, we have drop down menu. So if you don't know how to use it, like how do you get this code? Like basically I go into the ChatCN and you just say drop down. Okay, so this is the drop down, how it works. You see the component, you install it, then you see the usage. It imports all these components and then paste this code as a output. You get something like this, and then you can just always feel free to and go ahead and update it. So that's what we have done so far. Let's continue the list. The next thing that we'd like to add is kind of like a dummy conversation data. And for now, we'll just work with some hard-coded data, and then later, once we add our database, we'll be using the actual data. And like like we say, go under the source dummy and create this db.ts file. So under the source, I'll create a folder called dummy data and then db.ts. So get this file from the GitHub repo again. So I have copied it and now I'll just paste it. So in that file, you'll see there will be a couple of different arrays, but for now, just get the conversations, or if you want to just get that file completely. So basically we have an ID for each user and we just check if they're admin or not, because if it is a private chat, that means if two users are having a conversation, there is not going to be any admins, right? But if it is a group conversation, then someone will be admin. So this is going to be the field that we'll add later in the database part. Then if it is a group, there will be a group image. If it is not, it's going to be null. Same for the group name. And there will be some participants where we'll just store their IDs. That's going to have a creation time, last message, sender, and if this user is online or not. And for the last message, we just check who is the sender, what is the content, and what is the message type. For now, I think we could just save this and leave it. Let's see, what are we going to do next? Install the avatar component from chatcn, and I will copy it, paste it, and while it installs, let's see what is the avatar component. Basically, it is just a user profile that we'll be using, and this is the code, and that's how we are going to be using that. So it says create a lib svgs.tsx file. Let's go. We already have the lib. We'll just say svgs.tsx, and we're going to put every single svg that we'll be using. So again, go into the repo, into this file, and paste the content that you'll see. There is just one SVG called message scene SVG. And later in the course, if you would like to add more SVGs, we'll be adding them into this file. And let's see what is the next step. Create format date function in utils. So we're going to be using that function to be able to get this kind of formatted date. And let's go into the utils, and then again copy it and paste it into this file. So I have copied it and I'll just paste it. Now you see it looks really complicated, and I didn't write this function. I basically asked the ChatGPT, where I just said, I'm gonna have some kind of timestamp and I want you to convert it into a file format or date format in this manner. And it gave me this function. So if you just now delete this and ask me to write this code, I can't really type it because I don't need to memorize this, and instead just use it in my code to not worry about this kind of low details. And then let's see what is the next step. So it says create conversation.tsx. Again, we're going to create it under this home. And by the way, I didn't mention, I think, like we're not gonna have a /chat page. Whenever you click to a chat, it is gonna open that immediately as a state. So we're gonna hold it as a state, and when we change it, that's just gonna update the UI. And this is how WhatsApp web implements. So I didn't want to add a like /chat/ the chat ID that would go something like this, but instead we just keep it in the state, and when we refresh, that's gonna go back to the initial state, and we're gonna see the chat placeholder. And this is how WhatsApp implements, and that's why I wanted to do in this way. And we have created the conversation.tsx file, and we would like to copy this, and then like let's see, we say create the file and then map over the conversations in left panel. Okay, I'll just paste this file. What do we have in this file is basically if user is online, we're going to show an online status that is under an avatar. So it is going to look like this. Then we have the username, the time, the message seen SVG if the last message is sent from us. And then we're going to see this message content. And if the message is not sent from us, we're not going to see this scene icon. Let me just zoom in. So here, this message is sent in a group. So that's why we see this icon. And basically, this is what we have in this kind of code. So if you want to, again, just pause it, use it. And if the type of the last message is image, we're going to show an image icon, and same for the video. Now let's save, and we're gonna go into the left panel where we'd like to map over the conversations. And for these conversations, we have created that, if you remember, in the dummy data. So I'll just import it, and let's save, and let's see how it all goes. We would like to, so there's a comment that says conversations will go here. So here I'll just say, let's just map it. So conversations.map, get each conversation, and just return this JSX. I'll say for this, I'd like to import the conversation component. I'll just give it a key. That's going to be conversation.id. And then I'll just pass the conversation as it is so that we can consume it in this file. So here we could see, like, we're going to get the group image if there is any, and group name, last message, message type, and like we have a hard-coded value. We'll just update it later in the video once we add the authentication. Okay, let's save and let's see the demo. There we go. So here we can see this user is online, this user is online, this one is offline, this is online, and like this is a private chat, this is a group, and we just put the time next to it. And then if it is an image, we want to see just the image component or the icon. Same for the video. Let's see, we don't want to see this text if it is an image. We'll go into the conversation. So in this line where we just say last message type if it is text, and here I want to just add a question mark, and if it is not type of text, then we'd like to return null. So this looks a little bit complicated. Let's just quickly explain. So if the last message type is text, then we'll just check if this message content is larger or longer than 30 characters. If so, we'll just take the first 30 characters and put 3 dots at the end, and otherwise we'll just put the message as it is. But if it is not type of text, then we'll just return null. So here if we just check out, and I think we forgot to save. Now here we don't see that kind of URL for image and video, and let's go ahead and make one of those let's say last message content a little bit longer. So I'll just copy this and paste it a couple of more times so that it passed the 30 characters. So here we'll just take first 30 characters and then just put three dots at the end. So that code was implementing it. And yeah, let's move on with the next step. We would like to now set up the right panel. Let's create 4 new files under the components under the home. So chat placeholder, message container, message input, and group members dialog. So let's go one by one. Under the home, let's say message input.tsx, then the chat placeholder.tsx, then we had the message container.tsx, and then I think it was group member list.tsx. Was it right? Yeah, group members. So it was not singular, but okay. So let's create all of them, REFCE, or maybe I think we're gonna copy and paste all of them. So in the right panel, let's copy this, and again I'll walk you through one by one. For this, I think I'll delete. Okay, yeah, save. Let's go into the right panel. I'll just close everything for now and Control E, get into the right panel. I'll just paste it. Now we're gonna get a couple of errors. So it says you don't export anything from message container, from the chat placeholder, and group members dialog. And let's take a look at here. What are we gonna do next? We would like to get the chat placeholder and then just paste it. So basically we have an image with a p tag and then a button that says get Microsoft Store. So the chat placeholder is this exact same component that you see in the screen. Again, if you want to take a look at the code, but I'll not. And so here we're also using an image component. If you have never used it before, it is coming from Next.image, and it is going to optimize your image like completely. And you need to pass the width and height to make it work, or you would add fill prop into that, but you then have to make this the parent relative and then give it a width and height. But instead we would like to go and just add the width and height into this component itself. So here, and this is something we have talked about in the beginning of the tutorial, which was the import alias. So when you put add, it goes under the source. So you're in the source. That means that this is the alias for this. So under the source, under the components, under the home, you have the chat placeholder. And the same applies for this one. And we didn't want to overwrite this in the beginning of the tutorial. Let's go ahead, create the message input. I think we're gonna copy that. Let's go one by one. We're gonna take the message container first. Message container, I'll paste it. So this is not gonna work for now. Let's create another component called chatbubble.tsx. And then just paste it. For now, we're gonna keep it simple. Import it. Now for the messages, let's go under the dummy data and just take this file completely from the GitHub repo and paste it. So here I'll just delete this and then paste it. So we have users, we have a couple of messages, and then the conversations that we had previously. Okay, this component is also working. We're gonna map through each message that we have in this file, and for each of them we're gonna show the chat bubble component. And then next, in the right panel, you'd like to create the message input, I believe. Okay, I'll copy it. Message input, let's paste it. Let's see what it uses. It gets once use state to hold the input value, the input component itself from ChatCN, these icons from Lucid React, and yeah, a button from ChatCN. Like the input component has things like type, placeholder, the class name, value, and onChange, the normal things that you would add in React code. And then we got the message input. Now we would like to add this component, and for this we need to add the dialog. Let's copy it, paste it, and once this done, we'll just see how it all looks at the end in our localhost. Again, let's see the dialog. How would we use it? We would install it and then paste the code just to make it work in this way. So there are a couple of different examples, like with close button, and they have put some notes that you could read. But yeah, basically we'll go ahead, copy this, and hopefully this is the last component that we need for this section. It's been installed. Let's go into the group members dialog. Okay, I'll paste it. So about 50 lines of code. What it does, just a dialog. It says see members. When you click to that, you're going to see a dialog to be able to render it. So we are not using this for now, but we'll just use it in a second. Now in our demo, let's see, we have our conversations. When we click to one of them, nothing happens, because in the right panel, we'll just say, so here we just say if there is not any selected conversations, for now it is null, then we would like to return the chat placeholder. That's what we see. But if we have some selected conversations, and later we'll make it dynamic, then we're gonna see this section, which is our right panel. So for each message, we have chat bubble, we have the message container kind of header, we have this close icon, video call, and username, as well as the avatar. Then we have, oops, this is mistake, we'll fix it. We have input, two different icons, and then this voice icon. If we type something in, that just changes to this send icon. Let's fix this. So that's going to be in the message input, where we have laugh, or plus, I'm sorry. So we have two different plus icons. If we delete the second one, now it should look like this. And now we would like to add, if it is a group, like when we click to that, we would like to get this dialog and just see who is the admin and who are the current members. That's what we'll be doing. So we have added that component. In the right panel, we will just say if it is a group, then show this dialog, and I'll say const. Okay, it is now false, it is not going to show it, but if it is true, Then let's see, refresh. Is it the correct name? Let's see. Okay, not list, but dialog. Okay, so this is a group. I mean, it is not, but we just put it this hard-coded value. That's why it shows this C members. And when we click to that, it's gonna open up this model or the dialog where we just can see the users. Again, pause the video, take a look at the code if you wanted to, but basically we show a p tag that is the dialog trigger that says C members. It is this one. When you click to that, since it is the trigger, that's gonna open up the model and then, or the dialog, I'm sorry, we're gonna see the content. It says current members and it lists, go through the users. For each of them, show a username. If user don't have a username, then it's gonna take the email, first part of it. Let's say the user has this email. So let's say user have this email, that's gonna split it from this @ symbol and it is gonna take the first part, which will be Chando. And then if the user is admin, that's gonna show this Chrome icon, which we could see here. So that's gonna be it for the UI design. Now let's copy save all of them and close them. So we have created a couple of different components for home component, and then we created some dummy data and we used it. We created our provider for so like light and dark mode, which we took from the chat.cn, and now everything works fine in our demo. Later we'll just add this chat bubble component, so to get this kind of output and this kind of output, we're gonna add this like when this message has been sent, and we'll just add the remaining components. So that's gonna be it for this section. Now I'm sorry, it was a lot of copy and pasting for this section, but imagine if we were to type all of them from scratch one by one, just adding all classes, that would just take at least 2 hours, but now we are able to just complete it as quickly as possible. Now let's commit these changes as the first commit, then we'll move on to the next section. And here we could see there are 30 different changes that we have done. Also, I don't know why this like fab icon doesn't work. Okay, like when you do Control Shift refresh, it just does that. So Control Shift R, that just disables the cache, or just do a hard reload. Okay, let's go ahead and add all of them to the staging area. And then I think I'll just say UI, maybe I'll put 1 UI. So 1 UI design completed, and just commit this change. And later at the end of the video, we are going to publish this to the GitHub and then just deploy it. And with that, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so now that we have completed the UI design, it is time to actually get familiar with the Convex, which is the only decision for our backend. Convex is the backend as a service that we'll be using in this tutorial. It provides a lot of different services and features, and so far my favorite feature is real-time updates, and also it provides type safety with TypeScript as well as a React framework integration. In our case, that's going to be Next.js. Also, we'll be using server functions, the database, and file storage. And there are other services that you could explore after the tutorial. And it provides automatic caching and strong consistency out of the box. So Convex, not just a database, but everything your product needs. And there are a couple of different features or concepts that we need to understand, which will be the queries, mutations, and actions. And we'll be using all of them one by one. So query is just something that you need when you need to fetch some data. And mutations are when you need to insert, update, and remove data. And lastly, the actions, when you want to communicate with third-party services, you would like to use actions. Here, the example is Stripe, but in our case, that's going to be OpenAI, the third-party service that would like to communicate from our application. So really great product, and there are lots of different testimonials here. And then there are some questions if you would like to check this out. Also, they are providing a free tier for side projects that we could use. In our case, that's what we'll be doing. So you don't need to pay anything to get started with it. And in Convex, almost everything is real time that we'll see later in the video. But how does this happen? So basically, it just tracks all dependencies for every query functions. And whenever something changes, it triggers an update to any active subscription on the client. And this happens with the help of WebSockets. So we're gonna get started with it in a second, but here I have a diagram that we could take a look. So this is the convex big picture that we could just take a look for a second to understand the structure of our application. So in the front end, we're going to have our React application, Next.js on top of it, and then we're going to install Convex client library so that we could communicate with our Convex backend or the database. So here it has that Reactor database that will be working in real time with the help of WebSockets. So we're gonna send queries and mutations, queries for getting data and mutations to update some data or delete it, maybe create it. And then there are actions which we'll be using to communicate with other third-party services. In our case, that's going to be OpenAI as well as Clerk for authentication. But you could use any of these services and possibilities are endless. And there are other platform services such as storage, search, cron, etc. And we'll be using storage throughout this application. And as we talked about it before, we're getting caching, type safety, and ACID transactions out of the box, which is really great for a service like this. And lastly, what's up with this reactor? So I put a couple of different list items. So it is the beating heart of Convex, and it is a custom cloud hosted reactive database accessed via TypeScript cloud functions. So for now, this might not make too much sense, but it'll make once we get into the coding. So go ahead and create an account. I have already one and you can get that for free. So I'll just log in to my account. Once you log into your account, that's going to redirect you to this dashboard where you could see your projects. If it's your first time using it, probably you will not have any projects, but we'll create that as we go. So let's go ahead and visit the documentation. So we could take a look at a complete tutorial, or we could just start with quick start guide. Let's go ahead and select Next.js. So we already have an application, right? We have created our next application, but now we would like to set up the Convex. So they say install Convex. Let's copy this and paste it into our terminal. I'll create a new one and then just paste it. And once this is completed, we would like to copy this script and just paste it. And that's going to ask us to first log in with your GitHub account if you haven't done already, and then it's going to allow us to create a project and just sync that up with our dashboard. Okay, Convex has been installed. Let's just paste it and press enter once more. So here it asks me, so here I'd like to go with a new project and I'd like to call it as, let's say, WhatsApp clone, and that's going to create that new project for me. And once that's done, that's going to create a Convex folder, and then it's going to set up the environment variables. Here we can see this is the Convex URL that we'll be connecting to. Now don't shut off this terminal, because whenever we do some changes, that's going to rerun this command and deploy our changes to the so to say Convex project that we have created. So give it a name. So here let's just rename Convex, and that's going to be the Next.js. Okay, so now you could actually take a look at the documentation where they give us some simple data we could work with. But in our case, let's just go ahead and implement everything from scratch by ourselves. So the first thing that we'd like to do, just visit this Convex folder and let's see what is happening there. So there is just this underscore generated folder, which is probably you will never need to touch it. It is just some utility functions that we'll be using Convex provides. So the first thing that you would like to do, actually create a file called schema.ts, and here we'll just define what kind of like what tables we're gonna have and what is our data will look like. Okay, so now for the next 5 to 10 minutes, let's just try to understand how does this query and mutations work by using some test data, and then we're going to create our actual tables to use for users, messages, and conversations. So the first thing that you'd like to do in this schema.ts file is to say export default and define schema, which will be coming from, let's just import it. That's going to be define schema from convex/server. And then we'd like to also import something called define table. Okay, so here I'll just give it a little bit space for us. And then inside an object, we would like to put our tables one by one. So the first one we would like to work with is tasks. Again, just for some testing purposes. Later, we'll just delete those. So you say define a table, and for each task, we would like to have a text, and the type will be, we'll just say v.string, and you would like to get this v from convex values, which is going to be our validator. So v.string and call the function. Then you'll have a field called completed, and that's going to be Boolean. So this was our first table. Now let's create another one. That's going to be products. Oops. Define table, and each product will have a name and then just a price. So v.string, and for the price, we could say v.number. And that's gonna be it for the schema. That's how you create it. You define the schema, and for each table, you say define table, and then you put your fields. There are things like v.id, and then you specify which table ID that's gonna be, but more on that later we'll be using. And then there are things like also optional, and you could just take a look at all of these different options. For now, let's go with string. And then for each table, you would like to create a file that exactly match with the name. So here, let's say tasks.ts, and let's say we would like to just add our first query, and that's how we would do it. So export const get tasks. That's going to give us every single task in our Convex database. So you say query, and we need to import it. Let's say import query from Convex. I'm sorry, not Convex, but that's going to be from the generated folder, and then from server. And we would like to also get the mutation. Again, we'll be using them in a second. So query is a function that takes an object, which will take the arguments, so as args. For now, we don't need any args, and then a handler function, which will take the, let's say this is not correct, so that should be context and args. So from the context, you're able to check the authenticated user and go into the database. So here we would like to say await context.db. So query, and then our table is tasks, and here you can see there is already this type safety kind of thing because we are using Convex. Basically, it provides us for us, and when we created our schema, when we saved it, it's deployed our changes. Let's take a look at our dashboard. So here, this is our new project. And when we go into the data, we could see like we already have the products and tasks table because they are coming from our schema, which so Convex generates us or takes it from our code. Okay, back to this function. We'll say context db query the tasks. Oops. So tasks. And we'd like to just collect every single tasks from our database. So that's how easy it is to create a query, and that's gonna return us every task. So I'll say tasks, and then just return it from this query. So now we don't have any tasks in our database. Let's create a mutation to be able to create some tasks. I'll say export const add task, which will be a mutation, and that's going to be pretty similar. So it's going to take the args, and then let's say that's going to take the handler async function. So in the args, we need to just pass a text for the task, and that's going to be v.string. In the handler, let's see, what are we going to do? So we'll say await, again, context.db, but this time not query, but rather that's going to be insert. And then the table that we'd like to insert into is going to be the tasks, and then the field, which will be text, and let's say args.text. Now, we also had a field called completed, if you remember, right? And by default, we could just say that's going to be false when the first when the first task is created, right? And that's going to return us the task ID. If you'd like to return it, you could take it and then just return it back. So now let's see, once I save this, here you can see it prepares our convex functions and just analyze it and deploy it. When we go into our dashboard, into the, not files, but functions. I'll just zoom in a little bit. So here we have the tasks. Under the task, we have two different functions, to get tasks and add task. Let's go ahead and run this. So later in the video, we'll be calling these functions from our React application, just like in the demo. So when we just send a message, that'll be sending, so we'll be calling those mutations from our application. But for now, we'll just testing out. So we'll use run function from the dashboard. And then here I'll just say, let's say learn Next.js. This is our first task. Once we run the mutation, that was successfully created and we got the task ID back. And let's say learn Python. And then I'll just say learn JS lastly. And now if we say get tasks, but first let's take a look at in the data. So here we had the tasks table and we got all these tasks one by one. So learn.js, Python, and Next.js. It has been sorted depending on the creation time, which Convex gives you out of the box, as well as an underscore ID field. Let's say get tasks when we call it, and here you can see this is our file from the VS Code, but now we can see it in the dashboard. So here we can see we got all of them. And let's create another mutation. Maybe at this point I could copy and paste it. So export const complete task, and that's gonna take the args, right? So we would like to pass the ID of the tasks to complete it. And that's gonna take the handler, again, context and args. Now to be able to update it, you say context, db, and patch. Not update, but they use patch syntax. And since we are in the tasks file, it knows that you would like to update a task. So you pass args.id. So this is gonna be the task ID, and this is what you'd like to update. And the field that you'd like to update is going to be the completed field. So now here we have an error, but we'll just fix it. And let's close this off like this. Now here it says you cannot pass a string as an ID field. So that's why we're going to say this actually will be ID of a task. And now that should be fixed. And again, this is a type safety, which is pretty cool. And lastly, let's just add the delete task. Okay, I'll just type it, export const delete task. Let's say mutation. We'll take the args as well as, let's say, the handler. Now we would like to get the ID. So just like this, that's going to allow us to delete a task. Let's quickly check it out. Already we got the complete task. Now if we just wait a little bit, we're going to get the delete task. And here you can see it is real time. I didn't need to refresh anything. And that's going to be the same in our application as well. So I'll first get all the tasks. So I'd like to just delete this learn Next.js tasks. I'll copy the ID. Okay, so I copied it. Now I'll go into the delete task and run this mutation. If I pass it, now that's going to run it. And if we go into the data, let's see, we shouldn't be able to see that learn Next.js task. And we could also complete it. Let's go into the functions. First, I'll take the ID of this one. So I'll say copy ID for learn.js. It is not completed so far, but we'll go ahead and just complete it. I'll run this function. Okay, I think it's been updated. Let's see. Okay, so this has been completed, and we'll be doing the same kind of thing for the products. Just to get some practice, I'll go ahead and say products.ts. If you'd like to practice, just pause the video and try to add one query to get all products, call it as get products, and then create two different mutations, one to add a product and one to delete a product. So pause the video and test it out, and then come back to the video. So the first thing that we'd like to do, just import the validator from convex values and mutation in query from our generated folder. So at this point, I'll copy and paste it because it's going to be mostly the same what we have done in this file. Okay, get products, that's going to be a query. We don't need any args because we would like to get all of them. We say context.db query the products table and collect all of them. And also there are methods like get the first one, get the unique one, and maybe take the, let's say, first 100 and like paginate a lot of different things that we'll be using later. Okay, we'd like to get all products with this query, and then let's say one for the add product, which is going to be a mutation. So we pass the name and then the price, and we just say insert into the products table these fields, get them from the args. And lastly, you would like to delete product. That's going to be our mutation. So I'm just putting this so that you could have some experience and just practice with it. And later we'll just actually delete those, but instead we're going to create 3 different tables. So for users, messages, as well as the conversations. Okay, now that we have learned how to add this kind of thing and test it out from the dashboard, let's take a look at the documentation. How can we so to say, like, consume this from our React application? So now the first step is to create a provider. So Convex client provider. Let's go ahead and create it. We already had a folder called providers, and here I'll just say Convex client and provider.tsx. Now you might be wondering, why did you put this dash kind of formatting while they're doing this kind of camel case? It's just preference. In our entire application, we're using this format, so I'd like to be consistent and use it. And here I'll just copy this file, which is a client component. We'd like to paste it. So here it creates a convex client by passing this convex URL that is coming from our .env local that we have seen previously. And if you don't put this exclamation point, TypeScript will think that could be undefined, so that's why we say it is always going to be there. And then we wrap our children with this convex provider so that we can use every single component or function that is coming from convex. So I am going to save this file, and then just for testing purposes, I will create a page called, let's say, tasks, and we'll say page.tsx, and I'll say RAFCE tasks page. So now this task page will be a client component because we'll be using some hooks that is coming from Convex. So I'll just put here maybe some classes, and I'll copy and paste it. It's really 4 classes, I believe. So Paddington, flex column, gap 4, and I'll put another h1 here that says all tasks are here in real time. And now we'd like to get tasks from our database. So you say use query that is coming from Convex React, and then we'll say API dot, and this API is coming from our generated folder. It is that utility function that allows you to, or the utility object that allows you to interact with the database. So API.tasks, and again, this is type safety. Here you could see if you press Control space, you could see all the tables that you had. So tasks dot in our function, we'd like to get tasks, and I'll put this into a variable called tasks, and now I'll just loop through this. So here, just to not waste any time, I'll just copy and paste it, about 5 or 10 lines of code. So we say tasks.map, get each task, and for each of them, pass the key, give a class name, and show the task.text. For the button, I'll just delete this for a second. Let's save, and now if we visit our task page, so tasks, we should be able to see our tasks that is coming from our database. So here it says, oh, okay, we forgot to wrap our application with the provider that we have created. So we have created this but never used it, right? We'd like to go into the layout and wrap our children with it. So I'll say convex client provider that is coming from the providers folder that we have, and wrap the children with it. Okay, sorry about that. Now it should be working fine now. All tasks are here in real time. Now let's go ahead and add a couple of different tasks from our dashboard. So I'll say learn C++, learn C#, and learn Ruby. Okay, now I didn't need to refresh this page, and they are already here. Now I'll open up a new incognito window, and then just visit this page. Now here I'll just add a button next to each item. So in the task here, after the span, I'll just put a button that says delete the task, and for this we'd like to call a mutation, and we already have that. So I'll say use mutation, where we'll just say api.tasks.delete task, and then we'll just say const delete task. This is going to be our function, and in the mutations, when you call it, you pass the arguments into this object. Here it requires us to pass just one ID to be able to delete that. And now when we click this button, that should delete a task from the database. So here, when I delete it from here, it should update immediately in this other other browser. I'll delete the Ruby. Here you can see in real time it just works. I didn't need to refresh any of these. Here it just works as expected, and this is really a game changer that you can see just by 2 lines of code. Everything is reactive and just works out of the box. So really cool product, and we'll be using this to have this real-time messages, events, and everything. So that was like kind of a quick crash course on Convex. I hope you get the point. So I'll not delete these files for now, and I'll just commit this so that you could have it as a note, in the commit history, in case you would like to check it. And here I'll just say convex crash course.md, and then I'll just paste everything that we have done so far in this 10 to 15 minutes. I don't know how much it's been, but just whatever we do, it's just here step by step that you could take a look at if you wanted to. And also I am going to add that copy and paste UI so that you could use it. So probably you already used it, but so UI.md. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be it for this file as well. And let's just give it a commit. Here I'll just add everything to the staging area, and since this is the second section, I'll just say 2, and then I'll say convex crash course, and then just commit this, or let's say convex basics implemented, and I'll commit this one. So that's gonna be it for this section, and next we'd like to add the authentication with Clerk. Okay, so if you visit Convex documentation, then you'll see there is a section dedicated for authentication. And here, let's go ahead, we'd like to use Clerk for the authentication. So there is a complete step-by-step guide, and let's go through that one by one. First, we'd like to sign up for Clerk. Here, I'll just sign up with my Google account and then come back to the video. So I have created my account for free, and it took me to this page where there is a new application that we'd like to create. So I'll say the name will be WhatsApp clone, and the sign-in options, I would like to use email and Google. So for the free plan, we're using free plan right now, and you could use up to 3 different social logins. But for now, let's keep it simple and use the email and Google. And here, this is the demo, how it'll look like. As you change this part, it's gonna update this name. Here you could see. So here I'll just create the application, and then we're gonna get this kind of environment variables and put it into the .env.local file. Here I'll just close all of these files and then paste these. Okay, let's see what's gonna be the next step from the Convex documentation. So they say create an application in Clerk, we have done that, and they say create a JWT template with Convex and get the issuer URL. So let's do this. We're gonna go into the JWT templates, new template with Convex, and don't change anything here, just copy the issuer URL. And I'll just take this, put it, so let's see what they say. Once you get that, okay, we need to copy and paste it into a file called auth.config.ts under the convex folder. So under the convex, let's create it, auth. Okay, now I'll just paste the issuer URL and then copy this file, paste it, and change this with my own issuer URL, just like this. So now this will tell Convex that we are authenticating with Clerk, and that's just gonna handle it. And here we have a like warning from ESLint, I'll just say const auth config and just export default this. Okay, now it should fix it. So it was just a warning that tells you first create a variable, then export it. But if you put it like this, that should be still fine, but it was just a warning. Okay, now we'd like to deploy our changes. Let's go and open that up. So here I'll just create two different like terminals, npm run dev for Next.js and npm convex dev for the convex. Oops, I'll just give it a name. Okay, it's gonna deploy our changes. And the other step is to install Clerk React. But since you are using Next.js, there's a package called Next.js. We'd like to install it. So here I'll just copy this part. And then in a new terminal, I'll paste it. Then I'll say Next.js. And that should install the package. The other step is to like get the publishable key. We already have it in our .env and just create a just update the convex provider. For this, we already had that. Under the providers, this is what we have so far. We'll just update this file a little bit. So here, I'll just cut this. And now here, we'd like to first wrap it with Clerk provider. So I'll just copy this entire line. And wrap it. We need to install this or import from Clerk Next.js. For the publishable key, we would like to use process.env and this entire name, publishable key. Now we would like to change this just like in the documentation. So convex provider, but with Clerk. I'll copy this entire line and then just close it off. We would like to get the use auth from Clerk Next.js, and now that should be working fine. Let's import this one as well. Now with this setup, we are able to sign up, log in, and log out from our account in our application. But now I don't want to be able to visit localhost if I am unauthenticated, and currently I can still visit it. And for this, we can create a file under the source called middleware.ts. And if you wonder how you can get this file, so basically in the documentation, so here, let's see, if we click to this one, we can visit the respective quick start for Clerk. So here you can see they tell you you can create a middleware.ts file so that you can keep track of which routes will be public and which routes will not be public. So let's copy this one and paste it into this file. And once we do this, it is not going to allow us to visit homepage if we are not authenticated. So here I cannot just visit localhost anymore because this middleware file runs and it doesn't allow me to visit it. If you want to fix this, let's say you will have some kind of landing page, then you would say this is the public route that I would like to homepage to be public route. And let's see now. Now we should be able to visit this, but in my application, I don't want to do that, so I'll just leave it like this. And there is a reference here. Again, you could just take a look at that if you wanted to. Now I'll just go ahead and try to sign up with my Google account. Okay, now that we are authenticated, we can visit this page. Let's see, there is an error. I think that's just a bug when we refresh. Oh, okay. So the reason this appears is because we forgot to save this JWT template. So we copied the issue URL, but we forgot to save it. And once we do that, that should fix it. Okay, now we don't get that. And if we go under the users, we can see there is a user that just joined and this is the last sign-in date. So now in our application, instead of this logo, we could use a component that is coming from Clerk. So here we had the left panel. Instead of this user icon, I'll just say user button, which is coming from Clerk. And let's see what it does. So it should update in a second. Okay, this is my Google profile that I am logged in. If I click to that, I get this beautiful UI, and I could change my profile picture or just update and delete my account if I wanted to. And I can log out as well. So I'll just say sign out. That should take me to the authentication page back again. And there are other components that you could use and take a look at it from the documentation. So first I'll just log in. Okay, so we could use things like, first we'll say if user is signed in, we could show something like sign out button. So let's save. Let's see. So maybe this should be a use client. Okay, like since we are signed in, we can see this sign out button, and you could use other components like if you are signed out, like signed out, then you could show a button like sign in button. Okay, so if user signed out, then they should be able to see the sign in button just like here. So these are different components that you could take a look at from the Clerk documentation if you want to see and use them. But in our case, user button should be enough. And I would like to delete this logout icon because we don't want to see that. Instead, we would like to be able to log out from here, okay, not from this icon. So I'll just delete that and save it, and that should fix our UI. Now we have handled the authentication, but there is something really important that we are missing. So here, let's take a look at it. Here we had the Clerk. Now we are able to store our users in the Clerk, which is for authentication. But now we need to also store these users in our Convex database. And the reason is we'd like them to be able to send messages, create conversations, and use this application in general. And for this, we need to, once they sign up to Clerk, we would like to also take this user and save it to Convex database. And again, the reason is these are two different services and we need to just let them communicate with each other. And for this, what is going to be the solution? It is going to be webhooks. So there is a diagram that I have drawn for like what is the workflow. And before that, let's just understand what is a webhook. So webhooks are automated messages sent from apps when something happens. In our case, that something will be an event that's gonna say like user created, and we're gonna take the user and save it to our Convex database. And webhooks cannot handle complicated data streams in the same way that APIs can. So webhooks are similar to APIs, but not exactly. And here, let's see the workflow. What are we gonna do in the next couple of minutes? So when a user sign up to our application, Clerk will detect an event. It's gonna be something like user created, and it's gonna create a webhook payload. And this webhook payload will contain the event details, such as the username, user email, user profile image, and then like the event type. And then it's going to send a post request to our endpoint, and that's going to be /clerk, and we'll be listening for this endpoint or this event from a file called http.ts. And first, this file will trigger a function called fulfill to check if this webhook is secure, it is coming from Clerk, and everything is fine. Once this fulfillment has been done successfully, we are going to hit a couple of different switch cases. So our first event is user created, and if this is the case, we're going to call a mutation and save this user to our Convex database. and later we'll add different like webhook types or events so that we could update user profile. We could set user online. Once they log in, the session will be created, and we could set them offline once the session ended. So just like in our demo application, if we take a look at it here, this user is online and these are offline. Now this might look a little bit complicated, but this is something that we'll be using almost every day in your day-to-day job. So just try to understand it, and I'll just quickly go over this once again. So when a user tries to sign up to Clerk, Clerk will detect an event, and it's going to create a webhook payload that will contain the event details. It's going to send a post request to our endpoint, which is going to be Clerk, and we're going to listen for this and run a fulfill function to check everything is secure and fine. This webhook is coming from Clerk. If this is the case, we're gonna run the related switch case and do the related logic for our database. So with all that in mind, let's try to add this in code. And even before that, we need to go into the Clerk dashboard and create a webhook. So under the webhooks, let's just wait a little bit. We need to add an endpoint. And what are going to be our endpoint? And what is going to be our endpoint? Let's see from the documentation. So if you go here, let's see, like there should be something called HTTP actions, and HTTP actions allow you to build an HTTP API right in Convex so that we can get this /clerk endpoint. And they say your HTTP actions are exposed at this endpoint or URL. I'll copy it and then paste it. So our deployment name will go here, and we can get this from the .env local. This is our deployment name. I'll copy it and then paste it. And like, what are going to be the event types? So it's going to be user created, user updated, session created, and session ended. These are the things that we'll be using later, but for now, let's just add all of them, and first we'll use this one. So session created, session ended, and user created and user updated. Okay, we'd like to get the signing secret, and then we're gonna add this into our Convex environment variables. If you go into your project, choose the settings, and under the environment variables, you'd like to add it. And I'll just call it as Clerk webhook secret, and then paste the value. So now we're able to use this in our application. And here we said that we'll be using a file called http.ts, and then we'd like to run a function called fulfill. And to be able to run this fulfill function, we'd like to create another file called clerk.ts, and again, that's going to be TypeScript file. Okay, so I'll just put it right here, and we need to create these two files now. Let's go close everything. Under the Convex, we would like to have http.ts file as well as clerk.ts. And at this point, I think we could delete this schema because we don't want to have this tasks and products. Let's delete the products and tasks that were just for testing purposes. And now this should run the npx convex, and it should deploy our changes. And here I just realized we forgot to add /clerk endpoint at the end. So it should be looking like this, because in the diagram we said that we are listening for this endpoint for post requests whenever these events happens. So these are the events that we are subscribed, and we would like to listen for that on this endpoint. So just remember to save this. And the next step is to add this http.ts file. Now this file is going to be a little bit more complex. So here I'll copy it and paste it from the GitHub repo, and then I'll just walk you through line by line. So first I will delete these 3 different cases so that it doesn't get any complicated, and later I'll just Control-Z and get that back once we understand all this other things that is going on in this file. So basically, we are listening for a post request under this path. Whenever that comes from Convex, we're gonna run this HTTP action, and we're gonna get the header payload, and we're gonna run a action, or we'll just run an action. And if you remember, an action was you would like to use it when you need to communicate with third-party services. In this case, it is Clerk. We're gonna run the fulfill function, which we'll create in a second, and we're gonna verify this payload if it is coming from Clerk, if this webhook is safe, and that kind of thing. And there is this package called svix that will install, and in that payload there is ID field, signature, and timestamp. We are sending this as arguments as well as the payload itself. So under the clerk.ts file, just get this file from the GitHub as well. And here we're using the node environment. There is internal action, which we're gonna get into that in a second. And there is this Clerk webhook secret that we have created in the Convex dashboard. We're able to use it with process.env. Let's import this package. npm install svix. And this is the package that is recommended by the Clerk as well to use it. So here we have the fulfill function, which is an internal action. It takes the headers and payload as arguments. We are sending them from here, the payload and the headers, and we run this kind of like verify function, and just to check if this is verified. And an internal action is basically just an action, but you can't really call it in your client application or any part of your application other than like other actions can call it. Okay, so if we take a look at that, it says this action is only accessible from other Convex functions, but not from the client. And there are things like internal mutations as well, and they are not accessible as well. And this adds like one more security layer on top of your application, because now none of users can call this by themselves, but it'll be called by like the Clerk webhook. Okay, so with that in mind, let's save this. Just know that this is called just to fulfill the webhook. Okay, and then here, once we got the result, we're gonna check for the type. Is it user created? This will run when user signs up. Then if this is the case, we're gonna call the create user mutation that we'll create in a second, and we will pass the token identifier, email, name, and image from this user Google account. And this will save it to the Convex database. And for this token identifier, this looks a little bit complicated, but we'll get into that. And let's create this process.env variable under the Clerk dashboard. So I'll copy this Clerk app domain, and then here I'll add it. And how are we going to get our domain? We'll go into the Clerk dashboard under the domains. This is our domain. I'll paste it. So HTTPS and then the Clerk domain name. Okay. So basically this will add some kind of ID to the user field so that we can fetch users quickly, but more on that later in the video. We would like to create now this users table and then create a mutation called create user so that it can save it to the database. But first we need to update our schema. So here I'd like to create a table for users, and I'll say define table, and each user, let's say you will have a name. That's going to be optional because in the Google account they might not have any name. That could be an empty string, but they're going to have an email, so that should be v.string, and then that's going to have an image, again v.string, and it's going to have the token identifier, that's going to be v.string, and lastly they're going to have is online field, and that's going to be boolean. Okay, so this is our user table for now, and let's go ahead and create the users file so that we can add this function called create user. And in this file, I'll first import the v as well as internal mutation in query, and we'll see what that means. So export const create user internal mutation, and again, this is a mutation that only can be called from other parts of your application, but not from the client. And this is going to take the arguments, and the handler, if you remember, is just like a normal mutation, and that's going to take the context and args. And for this args, what are we getting? So token identifier, email, name, and image. And all of them are like string. And then in the handler, we'll say context, but let's first say await context.db.insert into the users table. And this is going to be the user record. That's going to have the token identifier. That's going to be args. And same for email, name, image. And lastly is online. When they first log in, it should be true, right? Or when the account is created, that should be true. Now let's save this file, and here this should fix, and now we don't have any errors. And let's go ahead and test it out now. In our database, we don't have any users so far, right? Let's delete this user from the Clerk dashboard, and we'll just try to sign up from scratch. If I just refresh, this should log me out, and I'll try to sign up. And now what should happen when I click to this is that exactly this workflow. It's going to create an event, send a post request, trigger the fulfill function in this file, which is running in this file actually. And then if this is successfully done, we're gonna hit this if check, user created, and call an internal mutation. So here I'll just say internal mutation, and that's going to save the user to our Convex database. Let's test it out. I'll say continue. Now we are logged in. Let's first refresh. We got the user in the Clerk, and here in the users, we just got that immediately. So user is online, this is their image, email, token identifier, and their ID and creation time. So here, this token identifier is something, so here, this is something that we'll be using later. If for now it doesn't make too much sense, don't worry about that, but yeah, okay, so we'll just leave it for later. And here, if we click that, this says this table is not defined in your schema. Yes, let's go ahead and delete them. We're not going to use tasks or products in our application. So now the other event that we could add when a user logs out, this should be offline, right? This field should be false. And for this, I'll go into this file and I'll just do Control-Z to get this other events. So here I'll just comment this out for a second, and when session is ended, we'd like to call this setUserOffline function under the users file. Let's go into the users and create this mutation. So export const, and that's going to be an internal mutation. And as an argument, let's say args, this is just going to take the token identifier just to determine this user. And here we're just sending as an argument. And then in the handler, it's going to be pretty simple. First, we need to just fetch this user. So I'll say const user await context.db.query. And here I'll just give a bit of space. So under the users table, we'd like to query this. So in databases, there is something called index, and it just makes everything super fast when it comes to lookups. And in Convex, there is also indexes, as we could imagine. And to be able to add this, we're going to go into the schema, and here we'll just add .index. First, we'll give it the index name, and I'd like to call it as by token identifier, and for the value that we'll be looking up will be the token identifier. Okay, so we just created an index to be able to do fast lookups depending on this token identifier field on users. we're gonna save this, and then here we'll just say with index, which is the token identifier, right? This was the index name. This is gonna return us a query, and we'll just say q dot equal to this token identifier field to this argument that we are getting. Okay, this is gonna find the user that you'd like to get depending on this argument, and we'll say get the unique one. This is gonna give us the user, and we'll just check if there is no user. And we'll just check if there is no user. I'd like to just say throw new convex error, and we'll just say user not found. But if this is not the case, we'll just say await context db.patch, which is for update. We would like to update this user. We're gonna pass the ID, and the field that we would like to update is online to be false. So okay, what we have done, we pass an argument called token identifier, and depending on that, we fetch the user, and we added indexes so that we could fetch this as quickly as possible to optimize the performance. And this is something recommended from the Convex documentation that you could take a look. First, you need to add it into the schema. We said that the field, the index will be called as by token identifier, and it's gonna check depending on this field on the user document. Okay, and we're just basically doing this, and this might look a little bit complex or different, but this is Convex syntax. As you use it, that's just gonna get familiar. Then if there is no user, return the error, but else update this field. Let's save this. When session ended event runs, we'll just set user to be offline. Okay, and let's test it out for this user. I'll go ahead and try to sign out, and I'll just immediately look at here. Now it is false because user signed out. But now what'll happen if I try to log in? Is it gonna update this field? So with this setup we have, it is commented out, it is not gonna work. Let's just test it out. I will log in with this account, and it shouldn't update this field. Okay, so as you can see, it just false, it doesn't update. And to be able to do this, we'll just add this field or this case. So session is created, run this internal mutation called set user online. Pass the token identifier to determine this user, and we'll just create this in the users.ts file. So since it is going to be looking really similar to this one or almost the exact same thing, I'll just paste it, and you can either type it or grab it from the GitHub repo. So basically we'll get the user again and check if user is not found. We're just gonna return this error that says user not found, or else we'll just update it to be online. Let's test it out now. I'll save both of these files. First, I'll log out. Okay, so this user is offline. Here you could see if I try to log in, session created event will run, and it should update here immediately. And for these events, we have handled all of them, but not this one. Let's just handle it as well, so that when a user update their profile picture, okay, so I'll just select an image for my machine and I'll cut this part. Okay, so I have selected this and I uploaded this to my Clerk account, but this didn't update my field on the database, okay? And the reason is we didn't handle that, but we'd like to handle it, and for this we'll just add this updated event. Here I'll just comment out this one, and we'd like to create this update user internal mutation, and we will pass the image as well as the token identifier, and we're gonna get this newly created profile image, save it to the database. Okay, under the users, maybe above this user online and offline, that's gonna be looking again really similar. I'd like to paste it and then just walk you through. So we have an internal mutation called update user that takes the image as well as the token identifier with the handler, and this is a different way of writing the handler. So we have call it as like this, but it is fine to write in this syntax as well. If you want to, you could say again handler async, right? And then just make it an arrow function, or you could say like async handler that takes the context and arguments. We fetch the user with this token identifier with our index. If there is no user, we would like to just return this error that says user not found, but else we're gonna patch the field called image with this newly created image. Okay, so I'll save this one and save this one. Here, if we take a look at this image, that was the old one. So I'll copy it and paste it into a new tab here. So this is the old image. Now if I try to change this with new one, it should update and should work. So again, I'll just select from my machine. So I uploaded this VS Code icon and it should update this field in our database as well. Let's test it out. If I copy this value, this is the value that we have in our Clerk. It should match with it. Here we can see this is the image that we have in our database. And with this now, we are able to complete this entire webhook workflow. And I hope you're able to see this entire thing, how it works and why it is important. You have two different services and you would like to keep them in sync. And for this, you're using webhooks. So we used a couple of different concepts such as internal mutations and actions. And for this, I'll just put a comment at the very end. So internal functions can only be called by other functions and cannot be called directly from a Convex client. And this makes it a little bit more secure and just makes your application to be consistent, because you don't want to run these functions by yourself, right? When you log out or when you log in, you'd like to update your online status automatically. And for this, you just let Clerk do the thing. That's just gonna call the related functions, and it just does that when you update your profile or when you create an account. And for this, we called again a package called svix to fulfill the webhook and yeah, everything that we have talked about. So now while we are here, let's try to add this two different functions here. So I think I'll just go at the very top. Okay, so we have create user, update, online, set offline, and maybe at the bottom we could add two different functions. So the first one will be a query where I'll just say export const get users. This is gonna return every single user in our database so that when we want to create a conversation, we could just see list of them here. Okay, these are every single user in our database, but this is a different database I am running on. So yeah, this is for testing purposes, but in our database now we just have only one user. And to be able to get these users, we'll just say const query, and again that's gonna take args and handler. So for the args, we don't want anything because we'd like to fetch every single user in our database. And now there is another thing that we need to know. We would like to only let users that are authenticated to run this function. So for this, we can say await context.auth and get user identity. If this is empty, so this is going to return you the identity. And it does this with the help of Clerk. So Convex does this for you, so you don't have to worry about that. We'll say if there is no identity, we'll just say unauthorized. But if this is the case, that means user is, if this is not the case, user is authenticated, we would like to just return every user in our database. So I'll say const users await context.db.query under the users table, and you'd like to maybe just get the first 100, or if you want to get all of them, let's just say collect. And lastly, let's just say return the users. That's going to return every single user in our database. And then lastly, we'd like to add another query. So export const get me. So this is going to give the authenticated user profile, and that's going to take the args again, and then the handler. So for the args, we don't need to pass anything, but here we'll just say first again, const identity, if there is not unauthorized, but if this is not the case, you'd like to get the user context.db.query, the users table, and here I'll just give a bit space. So with index, again, we'd like to get the user by token identifier, and we'll say identity dot token identifier. There is a field called like token identifier under the identity, okay? And then we'd like to get the unique result. So again, like this might look a little bit complicated, but this is the syntax that Convex uses, and I think that's pretty cool once you get the hang of it. And we'll just say if this user not in our database, so just to have some if checks and like validation, we'll just say user not found, and then return user if we have it. Okay, so this is going to be our entire file. Later we need to add a to-do called, let's say, add get group members query. So we'll just add this later. Okay, for now these are the everything that we need for this user table. So we need to just save this file, and maybe it is a good time to add a commit. And lastly, I just want to mention this. Here we added something called Clerk app domain, and then the data. So this is going to be the user ID, okay, result.data.id, and you could see like other values. If you say control space, like is this user is banned, what is their birthday date, and gender, first name, but we would like to use the ID as the token identifier. And here for the session, so this result.data will give you the session information. You can't really say ID, this is the session ID. But if you'd like to get the user ID, in this case we would like to, so we'll say user ID. These are the fields that I just realized that I didn't mention, and we are adding this kind of like Clerk app domain first, then a pipe, then the ID, just to make it unique. And let's say later in this application you will have different kind of authentication services, and we're just adding the Clerk one so that you could differentiate between them. So when you go to your dashboard, let's say in the users, you'll just see, oh, okay, this user is authenticated with Clerk, because you can see like the first section before the pipe is the Clerk, and then the user ID that is coming from the Clerk. So that was just something that I realized I didn't mention. Yeah, with this, let's add a new commit. Let's add all of them to the staging area. And since we are in the second section, I'll just say webhooks added, and we'd like to commit this now. Okay, with this, now we are ready to move on with the next section. Okay, so let's start this section by creating this functionality. When we click to this icon, by the way, this is the demo application. When we click to it, we're going to get this dialog where we can fetch users in our database. And when we select one of them, we can create a conversation. If none of them is selected, this button will be disabled. But if one of them is selected, we can create one-on-one chat, or if we select multiple users, this is going to switch to group chat, or group chat view. We could add a group name. If we don't add that, this button will be disabled. So once we put something here, that'll be enabled. And also we can select a group image. So I'll just go ahead and select one from my machine. And here maybe I'll just say testing group, okay, and then I'll select multiple users. If I want to, I can cancel this, or I can create this group, and this is gonna take a bit time. Then here we go, this is just gonna take me to this group chat. Okay, this is the functionality that we'd like to add. Now the first thing that we'd like to add, just add this UI, and for this we could type this dialog where we have different buttons, header, another header, and like an avatar, username, online badge, and that would take about 15 minutes to write this. That's why I would like to just save some time and just copy it and paste it. And then I'll just walk you through that component. So here I'll create another file called copy as you go.md, and from here on out, if we paste anything, that you could find it from this file. And right now we can find this in the GitHub repo. So just copy this part and paste it. Okay. So maybe I'll just wrap this with TSX so that we could get some formatting, and then yeah, close it. So this is the user list dialog component. You can copy that from the GitHub repo, and we'll like to create a component under the home. I'll say user list dialog.tsx, and then I'll just paste this file. Now we'll like to see this, and here I'll just close this one. We'll like to see this component in the so to say this left panel, right? I'll go into the left panel, and instead of this message square div, and here we have a to-do that says this line will be replaced with user list dialog. So I'll first delete this to-do and delete this one, but instead I'll just put user list dialog component. And if we save this, hopefully this should work in our demo application. If I click to that, I'm gonna get this dialog, and let's see how that works. So first I'll just delete this imports that we don't use in the left panel. Okay, I'll go into the user list dialog, and let's see what are we doing. And let's import this ID. Okay, so we have a couple of different states, such as selected users. That's going to be an array of user IDs. And when we select a user, so when we click to any of these, this will be added into that state so that it's going to get this background. And then we have a group name, which will be this input. It is going to be taking that value, where we'll have a isLoading state that will be Boolean, and selected image, rendered image, we're going to get that in a second. So we have a dialog component that is coming from ChatCN, and dialog trigger that handles or holds this icon here, you can see. And then let's see, we have a dialog title, description, and if there is a rendered image, we'll show that, but again, we'll come back to that later. If this is a group, so if selected users is more than one, we'll show an input that says group name and a button that says group image. So let's see, here we have two different users. That's why we can see this input and the button. And let's see, so we are using this users, which is the hard-coded data. Let's see. Okay, it is coming from the dummy data folder. And then for each user, we return an avatar as well as the username. If user don't have a name, we'll just split their email and just take that first part. And if we click to that div, it is either going to add it to that selected user's state, or it's going to remove it. So we have some TypeScript error, but it's not really important for now. We'll just fix it. And then at the very bottom, we have a cancel button as well as a create button. So if it is loading, we're going to see a spinner. But since this is false, we can see this create text. Let's say this is loading will be true. And we should be able to see this loading spinner. And this button will be disabled if there is no selected users, or if it is a group but it doesn't have a group name, so input is empty, or if it is loading. And that's going to be this component. So 100 lines of code explained in 2 minutes rather than typing in 15 minutes. So we just saved a lot of time. And let's make this false. Now we would like to add a couple of different just to-dos. And the first one is to add an input file so that we could select an image from our machine once we click to this button, Right now I'm clicking to that, but nothing happens. And let's go ahead and try to add that input. So here we'll like to have an input component where we'll like to say this will be type of file, and then this is going to accept images, then let's say ref of image ref, and we'll see why. Then on change, this will run whenever we select an image from our machine. So I'll say we're gonna get event, and then we will just run set selected image with event.target.files and just get the first image. And here we'll just say it should be like this. And now if we save this, we should be able to see this input, but we don't really want to see this. But instead, when we click to this button, we would like to click to that in the background. Okay, so I'll say this will be hidden. And now if we save, we're not going to see that. But when we click to this button, let's say on click, we would like to call this ref. So I'll just say image ref.current.click. And now this should do the magic. So here, if I just click to this image, I'll get this file explorer where I could select an image. But when I select it, nothing happens. It has been in this state, right? But we need to somehow render it. And for this, we'll be using this state. So like, we are gonna go ahead and create a use effect first. And I'll just initialize it for now like this. Here I'll say if there is not selected image, then just return out of this function and just say set rendered image will be an empty string. Okay, but otherwise we'll say create a reader. This is a JavaScript API that we'll be using file reader, and we'll say reader.onload, and we'll just take the event. I'll say set rendered image event.target.result, and we'll just set it as a string. If we don't do that, we're going to get a TypeScript error, and we'll just typecast it, and we'll say reader.read as data URL this selected image. And lastly, we'll add selected image as a dependency array. So what is going on here in this use effect? First, I'll save. Whenever we select an image from our machine, this use effect will run. And since we have a selected image, we will go into this line and we're going to create a reader. And once this has been readed, okay, it'll just set this rendered image with the selected image. And since now we have a rendered image, we're going to show an image in the screen. Let's test it out and hopefully it's going to make sense. I'll just select an image. Now when I click that use effect will run and it'll just render that image here because it is this state that has been updated. So if you're seeing this for the first time, this file reader, this might be a bit complex, but this is how it works. You just add a function and then call this URL so that it could read it. And for now, this is all we want for this file. We can select different users, we can select a group image that'll be shown here, and we can set a name. Then we can cancel this process. Now currently this just doesn't make anything, but we could add that later. Now it is time to add a schema for the conversations in our Convex folder. So here I'll go ahead, open up the schema where we'd like to add conversations table. So define a new table in here. Let's just delete this. And here we'll like to have first participants, which is going to be array of user IDs. So I'll say v.id and pass the user table. And each conversation can be a group or not. And here we have a typo. So I just fixed it. And we'll say, is it a group or not? And that's going to be v boolean. And there's going to be group name. And this is going to be v.string. But some conversations will not be group, right? So it's not going to have any group name. So I'll just wrap this with v.optional. And then same thing for group image. it could have a group image, but if it is one-on-one chat, it is not going to have, so it's going to be optional. And lastly, it can have an admin, and that's going to be ID of users. But again, if it is a private chat, this is going to be optional. So again, I'll just wrap it with v.optional. And that should be fine for our schema. And in my terminal, I am running npx convex dev. Let's see. Okay, it doesn't show correctly, but it is npx convex dev that we have been doing. And here I just have the Next.js terminal, which is npm run dev. Now our changes has been deployed, and we should have this in our dashboard. Here we can see this is our conversations table. And now we'd like to add a mutation so that we can create a conversation. And for this, I will create a file called conversations.ts. Now here I'll just create a mutation. I'll say export const create conversation, which is going to be a mutation. And then this is going to take the object, as always, the args, and then the handler function. This is not correct. This should be context and then the args. And for the arguments, we're going to take actually a couple of different fields. So we'll just take first the participants. And that's going to be an array of users. And let's get the v. And then we'll just check if it is a group or not. And then the group name, again, it's going to be optional, just like in our schema, group image, and then the admin. But now group image will be v.id and storage. And we'll just explain this later. Okay, this is something new, but we'll just get there because we will save an image to our storage and we're going to get that ID to be able to store this. But here, before we add the functionality, we need to just know that if we have a conversation with a user, so if this conversation exists, when I say create, it is not going to create a new one, but instead it is going to select this one where we already have a chat conversation. And with this in mind, now we can write the function. Here, as always, I'll first check for the identity. So context dot not db but auth get user identity, and if this is empty, we'll just throw a new convex error, and you could just say unauthorized. And before we create the conversation, we'll just first check if this exists or not. So I'll just say existing conversation and await context.db, and I'll just give a little bit space. So here I'll just go down and I'll say query the conversations table, where we'll like to first use filter. So inside every conversation, we'll like to get one that has the participants that we're getting as arguments. So I'll say filter, where that's gonna take a queue, and then we'll like to, let's say, q.or, and you'll see why in a second. Q dot equal to the field where it is participants is equal to args dot participants, or okay, I'll just actually get this, save it, and then I'll just say get us the first result. So what is going on here? We just say under the conversations table, get us the participants that we're passing as prop, but we also reverse this. But why this is the case? So let's say Jane and John has a conversation, okay, and the participants array will look like Jane and John. But what if the participants that we're getting argument is something like John and then Jane? Then it is not gonna hit this check. So we need to take this array, take this one, reverse it, and pass it, so that we could just double check if this conversation exists or not. And I hope it makes sense, but this is something that we need to keep in mind. And again, this syntax, if it looks a bit complex, we could always take a look at that from the Convex documentation. So under the conversations table, we are filtering to check if this conversation exists or not. And we need to reverse the arguments so that we could just double check it. And here we'll just say if this conversation exists, we'll just return the existing conversation ID, and that's going to take us to that one. So here I'll just demo this again. I have a conversation with this user. If I say create, that's just going to take me to this one, and it's not going to create from scratch. And here, if it is a group, then we'll have a group image, and by default this could be undefined, and then we'll just check for it. So we'll say if arguments.groupImage is passed, then we'd like to create this. But now I think if we type this now, it's going to be a bit complicated. So I'll just add a to-do. I'll say upload image later, and we'll just do that in a couple of minutes. But if once we pass this, so let's say we're creating one-on-one chat, we'll say const conversation await context.db and insert into the conversations table. We'd like to create one record, and participants array will be the one that we're getting. And is it a group or not? Group name, group image, and the admin. So admin will be args.admin, or if it is not, it's just going to be null, because in one-on-one chat we don't want anyone to be admin. And lastly, we'll just say return the conversation. So this already gives you the ID. So this is actually the conversation ID, or maybe let's just call it as conversation ID so that it just makes sense. Okay, and now it is time to go into the client and just call this mutation called create conversation. So here we had a button called create. When we click to this, I'll say on click, we would like to just call a function called maybe handle create conversation, and let's initialize it at the top, async function, and it's gonna have a try catch. And for now, let's just console log the error. Later we'll just handle that. And in the try, and maybe before that, first let's just check if selected users.length is equal to 0, then just return, don't do anything. But else set is loading to be true, and finally that state will be false. And now in the try, we would like to first check if this is a group or not. So we'll say const is group, and we'll say if selected users length is greater than 1, then this means it is a group. But else, now we'll just say if it is not group, okay, is group, okay, this is one-on-one chat, but else this is a group that the user wants to create. And here we'll just get a let conversation ID. We could leave it as empty or undefined, and we'll just see why. Later we'll be using that. And if it is not a group, it is one-on-one chat. So we'll just say await create conversation mutation. But first we need to create it. So here I'll say const create conversation, use mutation from Convex, and we'll just say API dot conversations dot create conversation, and here we'll just say create conversation, and then we'll like the pass arguments, which is going to be the participants. We will say selected user, and we would like to get the current user. So I'll say inside a query, so that will be maybe me, and use query API users. We had a get me query that we have created previously, and we'll just pass the ID of this user, and we'll just say this will always be there. And then we'll like to add another field called is it group or not. Since this is not a group, this will be false by default. So this will return two IDs to the backend. Okay, so this will look like something like this. Let's say ID of John and ID of us. So 1 and 2, this will be sent to the backend. And let's just test it out if this is gonna work or not. And maybe the result that we're getting, we could say conversation ID just will be equal to that. So here I'll save this file, and for these users, we don't want to use the dummy data, but actually we want to get users in our database. So I'll say const users use query API users and get users from the backend. And I will delete this now. And let's see this in action in our application. When we click that, now we only have one user, which is ourselves. We can create a conversation with ourselves as well. And let's test it out now. I'll just say create a conversation. Okay, let's see in the backend if it's been created or not. And here we can see it is not a group. These are the participants, which is the same user, and this is the creation time. And since this is not a group, it doesn't have group name, group image, or anything like that. I'll now go ahead, create a different account so that we could see different users. So in this tab, I am in a different Google account. I'll just try to log in. And I'll just sign up, and once I sign up, it is going to be shown here immediately because everything is real time. This user is being authenticated now, and there we go. It is just here. Like it has the online status as well, but we're getting an error. I think if we refresh, that should be gone. So get me. Okay, this is an error that we'll fix later. For now, everything is fine where it works on this section. So if I try to create let's say, conversation with this user, it should also create it. I'll just say create, and here we can see there is a new one. And when we select or create a conversation, we would like to just close this dialog and reset our state. Here I'll go after this else case. I'll just say set selected users to be an empty array, and for now this could be it. Maybe we could also say close the dialog, and for this we need to add this dialog close component, which is again coming from chatcn. So under the components folder, and we'll add a ref to this, and I'll say dialog close ref. Let's create it. Here I'll just duplicate this one, or maybe okay, it should look like this. We have two different refs, one for dialog close and one for the image. When we create a conversation, we'd like to just say dialog close ref current.click. And now if I try to create another conversation with this user, it shouldn't create it. Currently we have two different conversations. If I say create, it is not going to create it because we already had with that user. And now what happens if we want to create a group a group conversation? So here when we select that, we'll pass a group name and then maybe a group image and then create it. So that's going to be in the else case. Now here there is a possibility that user wants to add an image, and for this we could take a look at the documentation in Convex. So under the file storage, upload, you could take a look at this documentation. Basically you first create a so you will get I'll just zoom in first. So you will get a short-lived upload URL with this mutation, which you create in your backend, and you'll do that. Then you post the file to the URL and save the newly allocated storage into the database. And this is what we'll be doing. You could take a look at the documentation. As always, let's go into here and maybe into the conversations. First, we'd like to create that mutation. So export const, so it is going to be generate upload URL. It's going to be a mutation, and here we could just say pass the so handler immediately. Async, it is going to take the context and it's going to return us await context storage dot generate upload URL. So this is something you can find from the documentation. And then we are going to call it here. So I'll just say const post URL await, and we need to pass this. So I'll copy the name and create that mutation. Const, we already created, but we need to consume it. So API conversations, and use this one. And we're gonna pass it, call it. This is gonna give us a short-lived URL where we'd like to post the file to this URL. I'll say const result and await fetch, pass the post URL, and then our options. So method will be post, and then for the body you'll send the selected image, and here we'll just add the headers where we'll just say the content type will be whatever the selected image type is. So selected image dot type. Okay, we're gonna get the result, and lastly we would like to get the storage ID from that result. So const storage ID await result.json, and we're gonna pass this just like we have done here. So I'll say await create conversation. This is our mutation. We would like to just pass the participants. So again, every selected user that we have in this state, and then the current user. Then we would like to have, is it group or not? It is group because we are in the else check. And who's going to be the admin? Since we are creating it, we are going to be the admin. And what is the group name? Get that from the state. And for the group image, we're going to pass the storage ID. Okay, let's save. Now we are sending this storage ID as group image, and we need to handle it here in this if check. So here I'll just delete the to do, and I'll say the group image will be equal to something like await context dot storage dot get URL. We're gonna pass the storage ID that we're getting as group image, and now this is going to return us always a value, and I'll just say as string, and this should fix it. Now let's test it out, and then I'll just walk you through once again. Here I'll just select these two users, and I'll say boys, then I'll just give a group image. Okay, now if I try to create it, that's gonna take a bit time, but there we go. Now this is a group that we have just created, and this is the group image. If we click that and copy the value, paste it. Okay, this is the image that we are storing as our group image. Okay, and if we go under the files, we can see we just stored an image, which is type of JPEG, and we can just see that in our browser. Now let's see how it all works. In our client, when we check is it a group or not, and we're checking this depending on the length of the state. If it is a group, then we first create this generate upload URL that will give us a short-lived URL, and we upload the image to that URL, which return us a storage ID. We send this back to the backend as group image. Okay, this group image is the storage ID, and we say since you have uploaded to the storage, we are just gonna pass you that storage ID, and you're gonna give us the group image with this get URL method, and this group image will be saved into the database. And I hope this makes sense now. And yeah, that's gonna be it. Now once we create it, we would like to preset other states, such as set group name to be an empty string, because if we open this up, here you can see it is still here, and we would like to just update these states. And when we select those, we can see boys is still there. We would like to reset this one, and then the group image as well. So set selected image to be null. Now we have never used it conversation ID, right? We just stored it, assign it, but we haven't used it. And again, I'll just add a to do so that we'll be using that like the conversation ID later. And here I'll just say update the global state called selected conversation. So later we're gonna create it, because when we create a conversation, it should immediately so to say redirect us back to that conversation. And for the error handling, we'd like to use a package called React Hot Toast. So if you type React Hot Toast, you'll just get to this documentation. And if you don't know what a toast is, it is this kind of thing you get in success, error, promise, emoji, and a lot of different things. We would like to install it first, then add it into at the top of our application, which will be a layout in our case. Then we could use the toast function. So I'll copy this one and then just paste it into my terminal. I'll say npm install or I and install it. That's going to take a bit time. And then we are going to go into the layout. So maybe below the children, we could just say toaster that is coming from React Hot Toast. So just like in the documentation, now we are able to use that function. So I'll say if there is any errors, toast.error, and you need to import this toast from React Hot Toast. So we could either show a custom message, or you could just say error dot message, but I think that's gonna look ugly, so let's just say fail to create conversation. And for debugging purposes, you could say console error and then the error itself. And I think with all this in place, this should be the case. Okay, this is what we'd like to add. And now there is one problem, which is in the left panel, we just show this immediately, right? And what happens when this mounted, it immediately run this queries and mutations, but it doesn't wait until this authenticated in the client, and that's why it just returns unauthorized. And in Convex documentation, they say if you want to get the authenticated user, you should use like this. So is authenticated, and this will be coming from use convex auth, and we'll just say if is authenticated, then show the user list dialog. Now, if user is not authenticated, this is going to take a bit time to load. Once this load, then we're going to show this component, so it is not going to have any errors. Okay, so just try to refresh this like 100 times, nothing gonna happens. You're never gonna get that error again because we just check for it. And this is gonna be it for this create conversation functionality. As you add more users, it'll be here, and you'll even get a scroll bar because we have, I think in the styles we have overflow auto. Okay, so the maximum height is 60, which is about 240 pixels. If it gets larger, then you're gonna get an overflow, and maybe I could show that to you by wrapping this with a fragment like this. And for temporary purposes, I'll just duplicate this maybe 4 times. Like there you go. For each user now you have this kind of like overflow scroll bar. And now I'll just do Control Z. Okay, with this is gonna wrap for this functionality, and let's just add a commit. So we are in the third section, and we have just added create conversation functionality, and I will commit this change. So we have just commit the changes, but there is one thing that I want to change. So here in this conversation dialog, I don't want to see ourselves here. So I don't want to have this functionality where we can create a chat with ourselves. And the reason is it just makes it a little bit more complicated to handle the logic later. If you'd like to keep it, but I'll go ahead and remove it. So under the users, when we get every single user in our database, so it was this function, I will just filter myself from here. And again, the reason is I just want to keep it a little bit simple and do not work with edge cases, at least in the tutorial. And so I'll just say user, just filter them, and user token identifier is not equal to this identity.token identifier. This will just remove ourselves from that array. If I save, this should update the changes. Let's go here. Okay, it's deploying. And once that is done, it should remove ourselves from here. Now I am logged in as this account. Here you could see, but I see the other users in this conversation chat. Okay, and here maybe again we could add a small commit. I'll just say get users query filtered, and this commit message could be a little bit better, but let's first, I think we need to stage the changes and then commit that. And now it is time to add yet another functionality, and it is going to be this one. So we would like to fetch all of our conversations, and for each of them, like we would like to get the group image or maybe the user profile image, then the username or maybe the group name, right? Then the last message. And for this, we need to write a little bit complex function or query, but we'll just go step by step. So under the convex, we have conversations. I'll just shrink this one, and maybe up here I'll say export const get my conversations, and this is going to be of course a query, not mutation. And so yeah, I'll pass the arguments, which will be empty, and handler function. Oops, I'm sorry. And the args. So like what happens if we delete this? So is this optional? Let's see. Okay, it's actually optional. I just realized. So like if we don't want to use it, we could delete it. And it works fine, I believe. Okay, so in this function, I'll just say const identity. And as always, this should be now automatic. If no identity, unauthorized. But first we'd like to get ourselves. Again, we'll be using the index. So context db, and I'd like to give a little bit space. Again, query under the users table with index. So dot with index by token identifier. Here you can see. And did we add it by creation time, or is it just automatic by? Okay, it is automatic by convex. So by token identifier, where the q dot equal to the token identifier field identity dot token identifier. So we got our user, and we need to say dot unique, or maybe the first. Let's just say if there is not user, we'll just say user not found, and we're gonna get the conversations in our database. So context db query, and let's just collect all the conversations. Then we'll just filter the only our conversations. So I'll say my conversations and filter each conversation and just return. I'll say return where the conversation dot participants includes my ID. Now we have only our conversations, and now we would like to get the details. We can't really just say return conversations, because for each conversation we can only get, like, let's say if it is a private conversation like this one, it says it is not a group, then how are we going to get the user profile and username and the last message? For this we need to write a little bit more involved logic. So for this I'll just say const conversations with details, and we're gonna say await promise.all because we'd like to run these network requests in parallel. And I'll say my conversations dot map, and we're gonna run an async function for each conversation. And here GitHub Copilot is running. I hope it is not distracting or annoying for you, but we'd like to just say const last message. We'd like to get last message for each conversation. So context.db.query under the messages table dot filter, we would like to we would like to just get the messages that belongs to this conversation. So this is how it works, and we'll just say order in descending order, like this. Then we would like to just take the one. So this is going to give us the latest message. And let's see, why do we have, oh, okay, so we don't have the messages table and we would like to create it. Let's go under the schema and we'll add the messages table. So each message will have a conversation that it belongs to. So we'll say v.id, the conversation ID. And then each message will have a sender. It is going to be, let's say, not vid, but let's say string. And the reason is later when we add the OpenAI part, the sender will be ChatGPT. So it is not going to be user ID, but it'll be looking like this. And we don't want to get errors if we say v.id. And then each message will have a content. I'll just say v.string, and lastly it's gonna have a type, so message type, and here it could have 3 different values, and for this we'll use v.union, and we'll say v.literal. It could be text, it could be image, or it could be video. Okay, this is how we use a couple of different values, certain values for a field. And we would like to add index, and here this is how we would like to do it. So we're going to get messages by conversation, and this is the exact same way that we have added previously. We give a name for the index and then the field that we would like to fetch the message. So here I just put a comment where this should be a string so that it doesn't throw errors in OpenAI part, and this sender will be ChatGPT string value, like this. And again, each message has a conversation field that says this message belongs to this conversation. And we'll see that in action later. So I'll save this. That's going to deploy our changes. And we are getting the last message depending on this kind of query. And after this last message, we could return the conversation as it is. And then we can return the last message and just get the first value, or if there is not any value, we could just return null. But now there's a problem with this. What if this is not 101 chat? We need to fetch the user profile, right? And we are not doing this right now. For this, I'll just add one if check, and I'll say first let maybe user details, and that's gonna be an object. I'll say if it is not a group, that means it is 101 chat, and we would like to get the user profile. So I'll say other user ID. We'll say conversation.participants, fine. So this is array. So I'll just say, array of IDs. We'll just say if ID is not equal to the current user ID. This will return the other user ID to be specific. Then we'll say user profile. And for this, we'll like to just do a simple query, await context db dot query the users table, and we'll like to filter get the q dot equal to this field, which is the underscore ID to the other user ID, and we would like to get just take the first value, and I think we are missing a parentheses here. So since this is going to give us a value, or maybe could we just say find the first one? Okay, we have the user profile. This is the other user profile, and we'll just say user details will be equal to this user profile object. But this, so it says null cannot be assignable. So instead, let's just say take the first value, and then I'll just say get the first one. And I hope it makes sense now. We're just checking if this is not a group, then we'd like to fetch the other user profile. And here, before sending the conversation, I'll just spread this, where I'll just say user details, Okay, and it should be in this exact order. First, user details, then the conversation, then the last message. And the reason is it should be in this order because we would like to have the conversation ID overwrite the user ID because we are returning conversations. So I'll just say return should be in this order, otherwise underscore ID field will be overwritten and we would like to have the conversation ID. And lastly, we would like to now return this instead of my conversations. So conversations with details. And we would like to consume this in our client. So in the left panel, we are having conversations as dummy data, but let's get that actually from our database. So here I'll just say conversations, use query, and we'll like to say API.conversations, get my conversations. And we have an error, let's see. So it is expecting 2 arguments. Okay, args were not provided. So we need to actually pass it, otherwise throws an error. Okay, now this should fix it. And we could delete this dummy data. If we take a look at it here, conversations is possibly undefined. So if we just add a question mark here, it should fix it. And now we're gonna get possibly another error, but let's just try to see. In our application, here we can see now, if I just refresh, we are gonna get this error that says it is unauthorized because again, it is the same error. It just tries to run this immediately when this component mounts. But here this still just takes a little bit time. And to fix this, we could use something like this. As the second argument, I'll just say if it is authenticated, then just pass undefined, but else just skip this until you got the authenticated. And now this should fix it. And this skip is coming from Convex. Basically, you're passing an argument to query and you say, don't run this until this value gets updated or gets true. And hopefully this should fix it. I'll refresh. And there we go. Now we can get all of our private chats and our group chats. So here we had boys and 2 different chats. These are everything that we have. And these values are hard-coded. Let's try to fix it in the conversation component. So we are getting the conversation, and either conversation will have a group image or conversation will have an image, and this is going to be the user image. And again, same goes for this one. Either conversation will have a group name or the name of the user. Then we're getting the last message type, and for the auth user, we could delete this. We don't need it anymore. And here we could basically say me. And again, let's get that. Maybe we could just pass it as an argument. So this is me, but we're not calling it. So instead, let's call it in this file itself. So const me use query, and then just get this from our API. And now if we save this, hopefully this should work fine and as expected. Now this user looks like doesn't have a name. Let's just console log our conversations. So here in the console, we have 3 different values. And this one, for some reason, don't have a name. But the other ones have. And I think it's because we are the one. Okay, this is the private chat that we have created with ourselves. Let's go ahead, just delete every single conversation and just test it out from scratch. So delete all documents under the conversations, and you'd like to just create from scratch, and let's see that in action. I'll say create a new conversation with this user, and here we can see it is here it shows the online status, the username, and the last message. Since there isn't any last message, it just says say hi. And it is, let's see, in this component, we just say if there is not last message, then say hi. Now in our application, we don't have too much users. I'll just try to add a couple of different users in my other Google tabs. So here I am a different tab again. I'll just sign up with this email. And once I sign up, I should be able to see other users in this account as well. Like here we can see, like we have the different, same user profile, but this is a different account actually. I'll just remove my image. Okay, I can see there are two different users in the database and there is me. I would like to create a conversation with them, and I'll say programmers, and if I don't put any group image, it's fine, I can still create it. And here we can see this has been created in this user, and for other users it is also being created without us need to refresh it. And if we take a look at here, there is this user in this user list dialog as well. And with this now we can create either private conversations or group conversations, add a group image, add a group name, and get every single conversation that we have. Now next functionality I think will be the sending messages, but before that let's go ahead and commit our changes. So here, what did we add? First add all these to the staging area. So I'll just say get my conversations query added. And I'll see you in the next section. Okay, now in this section, we would like to have this functionality. When we click a conversation, this right panel will show up with that exact conversation, and it's going to give this active background color. And if we change, it should update the right panel depending on that. And for this, we'll be using a global state, and specifically for the library, we'll be using, let's say, Zustand. But first, I'll just run my Next.js terminal, npm run dev, and then my convex, npx convex dev, and then in a new terminal, I'll just say npm install Zustand, and that should install it. Then this is how we would do it. We'd go into the store folder, you would create it, or that could be anything, maybe Zustand or anything that you could come up with. And then you'd like to create a file, and I would like to call it as chatstore.ts. So we are using this global state is because we'll be using this selected conversation in multiple parts in our application. We don't really want to prop drill it and just make our code complicated, but instead we would like to just keep it simple with one global state. And let's see how we could use it. Since we're in TypeScript, we need to create a type as well. But if it was JavaScript, that would be a little bit easier to add this file. So I'll just say conversation store, which is going to be our type, and we'll have a selected conversation, and this will be, for now, let's say it's either going to be conversation type or it could be null. And we're going to create this conversation type in a second, and it is going to have a setter function. So just like useState, you have the state and then the setter function. So set selected conversation, and this is going to take a conversation as an argument, and it is not going to return anything. Or even this could be null if you want to set this state, reset it. And let's create this conversation type. I think at this point I can copy and paste it. You can grab this from the GitHub repo. So each conversation will have an underscore ID field, which is type of conversation ID. It is either going to have an image or maybe group image. It is going to have name or group name. It's going to have participants, which is an array of ID, and specifically user IDs. Is it a group or not? Who is the admin? Is this conversation is currently online or not? So that we could show a badge and the last message field. Then, so this is the exciting part, and this has nothing to do with Zustand for now, and this is the part that we're actually adding. So you would export something like use conversation store, and you would call the create function that is coming from Zustand. So I'll say create. It doesn't give us any autocompletes, so I think I'll just type it like this manually. And since we are using TypeScript, let's just pass the generic type. It is the conversation store. And then you would call this function, which will take a callback. As the first argument, it is going to take the set, and we'd like to return an object. This is our initial state. Selected conversation will be null. And for the setters function, we will say we're going to get a conversation, and we'll call the set function and just update the state, whatever the argument is. And once we use it, I think it'll be a little bit more clear. But just know that this is our initial state that we have just created. Selected conversation is null by default, and we will call this function so that we could update this state. So let's go into the conversation, or maybe into the right panel. And here we are having this value as hard-coded, but instead I'll just delete this, or maybe I'll do something like this, and I'll say use chat store, or maybe use conversation store, and we're going to import it, and this should give us the selected conversation as well as set selected conversation setter function. So we'll say if there is not any selected conversation, just return the chat placeholder, but else it is going to return the component itself. Now if we go here in our demo, in our current application, let's just refresh. So here we can see, since no conversation is selected, we see this placeholder, but when we click to one of these, we should update that state. And for this, we'll go into the conversation.tsx file. So this one, and whenever we click to one of these divs, we'll just say on click. Maybe we'll just say, first let's get that state and the setter function. So const set selected conversation from this hook that we have just created, and we'll just say set selected conversation should be this current conversation. And now whenever we click to one of these, it is going to open that right panel, and you'd like to give a background color just to say this is the active, and I'll say const active bg class. I'll say if selected conversation, first we need to get that, if selected conversation dot underscore id is equal to the current conversation ID, then it means this is active. And then I would like to add that class to here dynamically. So if it is active, I'll just say background gray tertiary. Do we have a color like this? Yes, we have. So let's see now. Since this is active, we can see that background color. If we click to one of those, it is just going to update depending on that. And also when we click to this close icon, it should update this state, or maybe just reset it, right? It is this X icon, and I will get this function. When I click to this, I'll just say on click, set selected conversation to be null. Let's test it out. I'll click to that. Here you can see active and null. And also here we'd like to show the username and image of the selected conversation. I'll go here and just create this as, so conversation name will be either selected conversation.group name or the username. And then we'll just say selected. So I think for is group, we don't need anything. What do we show? Group members dialog. Okay, it is this one. So instead of doing it like this, I'll delete this part and I'll say if selected conversation is group, then show this dialog. And I think I will duplicate this one and I'll say conversation image. It's either going to be group image or the user image. Let's see now. We cannot really see the image for this user for some reason. It's because we didn't use this variable. Where is it? Okay, avatar source. I'll say either it's gonna be this one. If it is empty, then show the placeholder. And now here we can see it just updates. Since this group don't have an image, we just see the placeholder instead. And since we are here, let's just add this functionality. When we click to this, you will get the current members of this group. And for this, we'll go into the, again, Convex folder under the users. And if you remember, we had a to-do, which we said we'll be adding the get group members query. Now it is time to add it. And maybe this could be a challenge for you where you would just try to get a conversation with the conversation ID as from the arguments, then just return the group members where you just fetch the users. And now here I'll just do it. So export const get group members, which is going to be query. For the args, it's going to take a conversation ID, and this is going to be v.id of the conversations table, and that's going to have in handler, I'll just say async, and again context and args. Let's just check for the identity, and since it is getting a bit repetitive, I think I will copy and paste it. If there is no identity, then just say unauthorized. And now we'd like to get the exact conversation that we are passing. And again, I think I can copy and paste it because we have done this a couple of times. So here we're trying to find under the conversations table the one conversation that exactly match with the argument. And we get the first value. And if it doesn't exist, we just throw an error. And then we'll just say const users. Now in this conversation, we would like to find the users, right? So await context db query users, collect all of them, and then we'll just filter the group members like this. So users.filter, and in the participants array, just get the ones that we have the user ID, and we'll just return the group members. So I am skipping this part pretty quickly because at this point, this should be easy to understand. And now in the right panel, we are having the group members dialog where I'd like to just send the selected conversation as a prop because I'll use the conversation ID. So here I'll just say selected conversation, but since we didn't give any props, so I'll say group members dialog props, it's going to be selected conversation. And for now, or maybe we could give that type. Can we just say export type instead of conversation store? I'll just say, oh, okay, I'm sorry, we already had this type, right? The conversation type. So I'll just pass, this should be type of conversation that is coming from the store folder. And now I will say this will be group member dialog props. Okay, so now if I just say control space, I should get that autocomplete with TypeScript. And here in this file, I'll just call that query, which is going to give me users. So I'll say api.users get group members, and it was accepting an argument. So conversation ID will just pass the selected conversations ID. And now we don't need this fake users data. We could delete it. And let's see. So admin does not exist. Now this is a valid error because in the user document, we don't have a field called admin. And instead of typing it like this, we'll just say if user underscore ID is equal to selected conversation.admin, that means this user is the admin, then we'll just show a cron logo. Okay, at this point, this should work fine. If I click this, I'll get the actual data. These are the users in this conversation. And this is the admin who has just created this conversation. If I try to create another one by getting these two users, and I'll say, guys, let's just create it. If I take a look at it here, I am the admin, which is the current user, and these are the current members. Now let's add a commit for this. So I'll just say get group members query added and commit this one. Okay, so now we'd like to add this functionality where we could just send a message. I'll just come here and I'll just say hello, and in real time we should be able to get that message. And for this, we'll go into the messages. We don't have it, right? Let's create it. Messages.ts, and we'll just put our first mutation. I'll say export const send text message, and then later we'll have different mutations to send image and send video, and even send ChatGPT message, but that will be later. For now, let's just say mutation, and that's gonna take the args, and as the args, we'd like to get sender, right? Who is going to send it? It's gonna be v.string, and then the content itself, what is the message? So it'll just be v.string, and the conversation this message belongs to. So we'll say conversation, and this is gonna be v.id. Here we'll just pass the conversations table, and then we'll like to add the handler. This is gonna take the context and then the args. Now, as always, you'd like to get the identity, auth.get user identity, and if it is empty, let's just say if it is a falsy value, throw new convex error, and let's just say not authenticated or unauthorized, and we're gonna get the user. So we'll say user await context.db.query, and under the users table, we would like to find it with index of by token identifier, and we would like to pass this field. Maybe I should give Elbit space. So q dot equal to token identifier field, okay, is equal to this field. We're gonna get this user, and let's say unique, or maybe first. Then if there is not user not found, but if this is not the case, we would like to just first, let's just check if this user is part of the conversation, and we'll first find the conversation. I'll say await context.db and query conversations. Here I'll just filter it. So we are trying to find a conversation that underscore ID field match with the conversation ID that we are taking as argument, and we'd like to get the first value. Then we'll say if first there is no conversation, we'll just say conversation not found. Then if conversation dot participants, if it doesn't include the current user's ID, we'll just say maybe you are not part of this conversation, just like this. But if we pass all these if checks, then we could finally say context.db.insert into the messages table this new record, and I'll say the sender will be the args.sender, the content, and then let's see the conversation, as well as the message type it should be, and it's going to be text because we are trying to send a text message. And with this, this function will be done, and later at the end of the course we will add for support for ChatGPT. So I'll just add a to-do, add at GPT check later. So here we can see in the demo, when we send a message by this prefix, that's gonna send somehow message to OpenAI, and this is the place we will handle it. So I'll just add a to-do for this. And okay, let's save this file. Now we would like to go into the message input component, and here in this file, when we submit this form, we would like to call handle send text message. I'll just create it here. So it is form event and event.prevent default. That's going to be async. Let's get our mutation. Const send text message. Use mutation. Then API dot conversations dot, I'm sorry, that should be messages, but we don't have it for some reason. Maybe this hasn't been deployed. Okay, I forgot to do it, so I'll just say npm run dev and then npx convex dev. So this will deploy our changes that we have just created. And let's just wait for this L bit, then we should be able to get this autocomplete, where we'll just say conversations dot send, I'm sorry, messages dot send text message. And we also want to get the current user, so use query get me, and then we would like to get the selected conversation. Use, so it was conversation store. And now let's see, in this function we'll have the try catch. In the catch, let's just say toast and show the error message. For debugging purposes, we could say in the console we'd like to see that. And here let's just say error type will be any, and in the try we'll say await send text message. This is our mutation, and we would like to pass content, which is going to be the message text that we have as a state, right? And then conversation ID will be selected conversations ID, and sender will be me._ID. And once we send the message, we would like to update this state. So set message text will be an empty state or empty string. And with this now, so what is this? So let's just say this will always be there. And then same for this one. Okay, because if it is not there, then this component will not render it anyways. And let's test it out. I'll go here in our application. Let's refresh, because I just started my terminal. So here I got my conversations. For now, we don't have any message in the database. I'll say hello from client. Now this message has been sent. Here you can see it just updates immediately. And then we have the message type of text. This is the conversation that it belongs to. This is the sender creation time in the message ID itself. So this is working as expected. The next step would be adding this kind of emoji picker. And for this, we'll use a package, and let's try to install it now. So I'll say npm install emoji-picker-react, and this is a package that you could take a look at from the npm. But basically, that's going to give us this kind of output. Here we could select any kind of emoji that we'd like to. And now we only want to see this when we click to this emoji icon, and when we click outside, we would like it to be closed. And for this, we want to create a custom hook. So I'll create a folder called hooks, and then I'll just say use component visible.ts. So I got this custom hook from ChatGPT, so I'll not just try to type it from scratch, but instead I'll just paste it because that's what I've done when I was developing this application as well. But basically, we're adding a click event to the document. When user clicks, it runs this function to set its component visible state to be false, and we are returning those so that we could use it and hide or just open this emoji picker. Okay, if you want to take a look at it, this is the custom hook. Nothing happens. We are just updating a state. There are a lot of types that's really related to TypeScript. So I will save this file, and I'd like to go into the message input. Now I would like to first consume these values from use component visible hook, and by default this is not will be visible, and we pass initial state to be false. We would like to get the ref is component visible state and then the setter function, and we are going to wrap with a div, and here we even have a comment. We say emoji picker will go here, and we will put this laugh into here, and for the div I'll say this is the ref that we are getting from the hook, and on click to this div we would like to set this component to be visible. So I'll just say true, and then inside we'll just say if is component is visible, then we'll like to render this section, which is gonna be emoji picker, and we should get this from, let's see, from the package that we have just installed. So emoji picker and then the theme that we'll just use in a second. So close it off, and we'll say theme will be dark, like this, theme.dark, and for the style, let's see, what is this? Okay, this should be dark, all uppercase. And for the style, I will paste it. So position absolute, bottom 1.5 rem, left 1 rem, and z index of 50, so that it'll just put it right above the laugh. And for now, let's try to save this. Hopefully it should work in our application. Here you can see when I click to that, it is just here. When I click outside, it is gonna close it, and this is the behavior that we'd like to have. But when I click to any emoji, nothing happens. And for this, I'll go ahead and add a on emoji click event, which will take the emoji object as well as the event. Here we'll just say set message text, so whatever the previous value is, so previous value plus emoji object dot emoji, and we are not using event, so let's just delete it, and let's test it out. Here, if I just select one, it is going to add it to my input because it is updating this state, and I can send it as a message. So I'll just click to this. Message has been sent. This is the last message sent from us, and now it is working as expected. And let's quickly go over what we have done. We wrapped our emoji picker inside the div as well as the laugh. We add a ref to this so that we could keep track of if this is visible or not with our custom hook, which basically adds an event listener to the document and updates the state accordingly. And then if this is visible, we show the emoji picker, and if this is not the case, we hide it, right? So when we click outside, that's gonna close it. And yeah, let's try to commit our changes. Let's give a little bit of styling or formatting. I'll just put my states above, and then queries and mutations here, and let's put it at above as well. Okay, so if you want to, you could even add a loading state when you send a message, maybe you could have like 1 split second. Let's say once you send it, like maybe you would have a spinner, but I'll just skip it and let's add our changes. So I'll just say send text message mutation added in the third section. So now that we are able to send messages, send emojis, it is time to fetch those messages so that we could show them in the message container, just like in the demo application. And for this, we need to go into the messages.ts and create a query. So here I'll say export const get messages, and that's going to be a query where we need to pass, let's import the query, the args, and then the handler function. So as for the args, we're going to pass the conversation ID. So I'll say conversation, and it's going to be a v.id of a conversation so that we could get the messages only for this conversation. And as always, I'll just say if there's identity, if not, throw an error, and then we'll like to get the messages. So await context.db, and then I'll say query messages. And if you remember, we had an index called by conversation, and we'll just say q dot equal to, so this is kind of annoying, but okay, we're gonna get, let's put a comma, we're gonna get a conversation, we're gonna get messages by this conversation. Then let's say collect to get every single message. And then, so we don't only want to get the messages, but also we'd like to get the message sender details. So who is the user, so that we could show, let's see, the profile picture of that user and the full name of that user. And for this, what we can do is just say const messages with sender, and I'll say promise.all map through the messages. Let's say async for the message. We would like to just fetch the sender, who's going to be the user. So in the users table, we'll just say filter, that should be dot filter, and I think this is correct. Then let's just say get the first result or the unique one, and then we'd like to just return the property of message and then the sender itself. Okay, so basically what we have done so that we could get that user information, and for each message we are trying to send a query. Now this is fine, but this is an unoptimized version, so I'll just say unoptimized, and it's because for each message we are trying to get the sender. Let's say we have a user called John, and if he sent 200 messages, then this should run only once to get the John profile. But in this case, it is gonna run 200 times for John, which we don't really want. It's okay for us if we just get one time his profile and just store it and use it. And for this, we can use a hash map. So first I will just keep this, comment this out, and I'll just say this is the unoptimized version. Put it as a comment, so in case you would like to use it. And then I'll put the optimized version. So I'll just copy and paste it from the GitHub repo because it's going to be mostly the same, just a couple of different changes. Okay, so get messages takes the argument as conversation. We do these checks. Let's delete this one, we don't need it. So identity, if it is not unauthorized, get the message by conversation, and this is the change. We are adding a cache with a map, and when we loop through these messages, we say if this user profile is in the cache, then just get it. Don't try to make a query. But if it is not there, then fetch the profile and then add it into the cache. Okay, so this is the optimization. Now instead of fetching a profile 200 times, instead we'll just fetch one time. And with this is going to be our function to get messages. And now next we'd like to go into the message container and just call this query. So here I'll just say const messages use query API messages dot get messages, and this is gonna take a argument, so conversation, and for this conversation ID we need to get the selected conversation. Okay, we'll just say selected conversation dot underscore ID. Now if you just try to console log the messages, let's see what we're gonna get, and let's delete this dummy data. Okay, so it is refreshed, and let's see, there are 4 different messages. It is coming from message container, and for each message we have the message itself and then the sender who sent that message. And now we'll click to send that message into this chat bubble, and here I'll say get the current user as well because we'll be using it. And now what I'll do, send to me and then the message. Let's go into the chat bubble and just get that. So first I'll just create my type. So here I'll just say type chat bubble props. This is gonna take a message. Let's say type will be any for now, and then me is gonna be type of any as well. We're gonna pass this chat bubble props and then get the message as well as me. For the message, I could provide you a type. Let's go into the chat store and create it. So you can grab this in the GitHub repo in this file. So we have an interface for the message, which has the content, creation time, message type, and then the sender information. And we'll be using it for this message. Okay, so here, before we return anything, let's just say we need to extract a couple of different data from here. And okay, we are having an error because we are not returning anything, so let's just keep it like this. And then we would like to get the date from the message. I'll say new date from the creation time, and then we'd like to get the hour. Maybe at this point I could just copy and paste it because it's pretty basic. So we're gonna get the hour from the date and then the minute, and as for the result we'll just put them like hour and then minute, and there will be colon in between so that it's gonna be looking like this. Here you can see. And then if message sent date is, let's say, I can see an example. Okay, so if message sent date is looking something like this, if it is just 1 digit, then you're just gonna add a 0 at the beginning. And in our code, this is what it does. It says pad start and just add a 0 at the very beginning. Then here in this file, we'd like to get the selected conversation. Now we'll just check if this user is member or not. So selected conversation participants, does it include the message sender ID? And if this is not the case, let's just return false. Otherwise, this will return undefined, but we would like to just return false explicitly. And then we'll say const, is it group or not? And how can we check this? We'll just say if selected conversation is group, and then let's say is this message sent from me, message.sender ID is equal to me.underscore ID. Then lastly, we'll have a PG class. If it is from me, then I would like to have background green chat. But if this is not the case, I'll say background white for the light mode, and for the dark mode, background gray primary, so that it will look like this for the other user, and this background for me in the dark mode, and in the light mode it's gonna look like this. And now we are ready to return something. And again, if message is sent from me, it is going to be on the right hand side, and if it is not sent from me, then it's going to be on the left hand side. And it is going to have this other message indicator. That's what I've called it. So this kind of thing that you can see, and then we're going to have this thing right here if we sent the message. Okay, so let's go here and I'll just say if it is not sent from me, then I'll return this part. But if it is sent from me, then I'll just return this part. Okay, and let's start with this one. Here we would like to have a div with a couple of class names, flex gap of 1, width of 2/3, and then let's say another div, class name, and this is going to be template string, like this. It's going to have flex column, z index of 20, let's say, and then maximum width of fit, padding x of 2, padding top of 1, rounded md, and then shadow md, relative, and lastly we'll just pass this dynamic bg class that we have just created. And now, as I said, we would like to show this kind of indicator of other user, and I'll just call this as other message indicator. Now I'll just create this component. So here I'll just scroll at the very bottom and paste it. So basically this is a div that has some width and height and positioned absolutely. And below this, we would like to have the text message itself. So I'll say text message and then pass the message into it. And let's create this text message as well. Okay, so it is gonna check if it is linked or not, and if so, it is gonna just highlight it, but in other case, it is just gonna put it into a p tag with the message content. And let me show you what it means. So here in the demo application, if I just send a link in the chat and if I send it, it's gonna have this highlighting because it is a link, and we're checking with a regular expression. If it is a link, then put it as a tag and give this text color. And then below this, we're just going to show the message time. And again, this is going to be a component. So I am passing this as a different component so that our code looks a little bit more clean. So I'll say time, and we'll just say if it is from us or not. And you'll see why in a second. And again, I'll just paste that component, message time, and let's get this message seen SVG. We're gonna put the time, and if message sent from us, we're gonna show this SVG, which is this one. This message is not sent from us, so we don't see that, but here we can see next to the time. And let's save this message now. And here, let's save this one. And maybe we should add this other part as well. It's gonna be looking mostly the same. Maybe I'll just copy this and then paste it. But instead of other message indicator, let's just say self message indicator. And again, I'll just paste that component. Below this other message indicator, I'll just paste it. So save this file and let's see how that look. Okay, so here we can see this is the message that we have sent. It doesn't look correct. We'll fix it in a second. And then this is the message that the other user sent. Let's go ahead and fix this one. So here in this return, I'll just say ML should be auto, and then I'll add this to here as well, and maybe I'll just delete the flex column. And this is just gonna say margin left will be auto, so that it's gonna be pushed until the very end. And with this now we are able to fetch messages, but if we go into a group, then we cannot see who sent the message. And for this, we need to add this kind of avatar, and for this I'll just create a component. So in the home, I'll just say chat bubble avatar.tsx, and let's create it. Now again, this is gonna take a couple of different props. Maybe at this point we could just copy it and paste it. So 3 different props, get the message type. So it's gonna take the message, if this user is member, and if it is a group or not. So we don't want to show anything if this is not a group. And let's get this props. First, I'll just pass this part. So I'll just say if this is not a group, then I just don't want to return anything. Because in the private chat, here we can see we don't get the chat avatar. We're not going to render this component basically. But if this is not the case, then we'll just return an avatar component, which is going to have an avatar image as well as the fallback. So I am just pasting so that we could move on fastly. And for the source, we'll just say message.sender and show the image. And we could also show the online status. So here I'll just say inside the avatar, if user is online and if it is current a member, then show this online badge that we have here. And with this, let's save and let's see. If we go into this group, we cannot see anything because we haven't used this one. For other user, so above here, we'll just say chat bubble avatar, and you'd like to pass a couple of different props such as is group, is member, and then the message itself. And let's see. Okay, here we can see now we have, so like online badge doesn't look nice. Let's try to fix it. So in this avatar, I'll just add 2 different class names. I'll just say overflow will be visible, and then position will be relative. Let's save and hopefully it should fix it. Here we can see this user is online, and yeah, now we cannot really see the username, but we'll add it. So at the end, it's just gonna look like this, and we're gonna have this kick icon where we can kick this user if we are the member of this group chat. So we will add it a little bit later, but for now, let's try to add this kind of indicator for the date. So this message is sent today, this sent last week, and like Saturday and last week as well. For this, we need to create first in the utils file. So utils.ts, we're just gonna paste 2 different functions. Now in this file, these are the functions that I took from GPT. So basically, I'll just paste it and walk you through. It's gonna check if it is the same day, depending on 2 different timestamps. And if this is the case, it's just gonna return true or false. And here, depending on if it is the same day or not, we'll just return this kind of indicator. So it either today, yesterday, Saturday, or whatever the date is if it is longer than 1 week. And you don't need to memorize this function, just get it from the GitHub repo under this file. Then in the message container, we would like to pass the previous message field. So I'll say previous message, and how this will work is that we will just compare every 2 message, and we'll just say, are these messages sent in the same day? If it is not, we will just show the day for this one and the date for this one, and we'll just do the same thing for these 2 messages. Now these are not sent at the same day, so yeah, so it's just gonna work as expected, and I hope it all makes sense in a second. So previous message, first we'll just check if it is not the first message, because if it is the very first message, there is no previous message. So we'll just say if index is greater than 0, then send the previous message, else it's just gonna be undefined. And let's get this one in the chat bubble. Okay, now we're gonna pass this to a component called, let's say, date indicator.tsx, and let's create it. So we'd like to create a type for this, and it is going to take a message as well as the previous message. Date indicator props, let's pass it. So in the return, let's just return a fragment, and then I'll say if there is not previous message, or if it is not the same day, let's call this function where we'll just pass the previous message dot creation time and the message creation time. So if this is the case, we would like to return this part, else we would like to return just null. And here we would like to have a div with class name of flex, justify, center, and then inside we would like to have a p tag. So I'll just save to get some formatting, and then class name, I'll say text small, text gray 500, and in the dark is going to be text gray 400, and margin bottom of, let's say, 2, padding of 1, z index of 50, rounded md, and background of white in the light mode, and in the dark mode background gray primary. And just inside the p we will get the relative date time, just like this. This is the function that we have created, and we pass the message and previous message. So that is just gonna calculate us, and it's gonna give this kind of values. And in the chat bubble, now we would like to call that component. Now in the chat bubble component, we would like to render it. So we have sent the previous message, and let's grab it. So get the previous message, and here we'll just pass the date indicator. So both here and then here. Now if we save, it should work as expected. And it doesn't for some reason. Let's see. So the previous message will actually pass the previous message. Okay, so we are rendering the date indicator with the current message and then the previous message, and it's gonna check, depending on that, show us the relative date time. Let's see now this message sent today, and if we just send another one, it is still sent today, and here we can see this is sent weekend and this is sent just today. And let me just quickly walk through what we have done. In the message container, when we render each chat bubble, we just say send the previous message if there is any, and depending on the previous message, we show a date indicator, and it helps us with a couple of different functions. So is same day and get relative date time, and we just show that inside the p tag, and this is the output that we have. So that's gonna be it for the get messages functionality. And now let's try to add a commit. So here I'll just say get messages query added, and I'll commit the changes. And now let's add this functionality where we can send images and videos. For this, we're going to create a media dropdown component so that we can show this photo and video text when we click to this icon. Let's go into the home. Under the components, we'll just say media dropdown.tsx. And let's create it. Now in this component, we're going to have a couple of states and refs. Maybe at this point, I could just paste it quickly so that we could move on. So I'd like to have a use ref and use state. We have image input ref, video input ref, and you'll see why. Then we have the selected image, selected video, as well as a loading state. And these can be type of file or null. By default, they are null. And then in the return, let's return a fragment. Now we're going to have two different inputs, and one is going to be for image, So here I'll just paste it. Type of file is going to be hidden by default, and when we change select from our machine, it's going to update this state. And I'll just add the same for the video. So here it accepts images, by the way, and this accepts a video, and specifically MP4. If you want to accept other kind of video formats, you can do, but I'll just go with this one. And it is hidden, you cannot see that on the screen, and on change we'll update this state. And it is hidden again, but when we click to that, like when we click to this, it's actually gonna click to that input, just like we have done previously. And for the drop down items, we could get that from the chat.cn. Let's get the drop down menu, the trigger itself, the plus icon from Lucid React. So image icon from Lucid React and video icon from Lucid React. Let's save, and what are we gonna see? If I click to this, nothing will happen for now. Let's try to add it into the message input. We are gonna change this plus icon with the media drop down component. Okay, let's try to see it now. If I click to that, it's gonna open this photo and video drop down, and let's change the color of this one as well. So this is the love. I'd like to get the class name and paste it into the plus maybe. Okay, like this, let's see. And it is working. Now when we select an image, nothing happens. And same for the video. It updates the state, but we cannot see any dialog, just like we have in our application. So here, if I select the video, I can see that, but in our application we can't. So let's try to add it. And for this, I'll create two different components, one for the image dialog and one for the video dialog. Now at this point, I will just paste it. It's about 20 lines of code, and I'll just walk you through, and you can get this from the GitHub repo as well. So this is our TypeScript types, where we have 4 different props: is open, boolean, and onClose, selected image, and is loading. Here are the types. Then we pass it, destructure the props, and we return a dialog, and it's just gonna check if it's gonna be open or not, depending on the prop. And for the content, we show a button that says send, or if it is loading, it's just gonna say sending. And if there is an image, we will just return it. And again, this is what we have done previously. We're just creating a file reader and reading that file. Okay, this is pretty basic that we have done previously as well. And then below this inputs, I'll just say if there is a selected image, then we'd like to return this component that we have just created, which is called media image dialog. And that's gonna take a couple of different props. Let's pass all of them. So we'll say if it is open, it's gonna, depending on the selected image state, if it is null, then it's gonna be open. And then on close function, which will reset the selected image state, and then selected image itself. Lastly, the is loading prop. Okay, let's save and let's see that in action. And it's here already, but I'll just refresh. So when I click the chat and say photo, if I select one, it's gonna update the state. And here we can see now dialog is open. We can see that this is the send button. Once we add the functionality, the state will be loading, and we'll just see this is gonna say sending. And let's add the same kind of functionality for the video. And again, for this we need same kind of dialog, and I will provide that here. So I copied it and I'll paste it. Again, it's gonna take these props, and then it's gonna show a dialog, And for the video, you can't do new file reader, but instead we are using this new blob constructor and pass the selected video, which is type of MP4 of video, and we just render that. And here we cannot see that because later we'll use something called React Player, and maybe let's just try to do it now. This is a package that we'd like to use, and let's try to install it. I'll say npm install react-player. Okay, that's gonna install it, and we'd like to import it. So I'll go very at the top and then import that. And now let's try to see if this is gonna work or not. So it takes the controls so that we can be able to control the video, and the width is 100%. We didn't use this. Let's try to add it. Below here, we'll just say if there is a selected video and show that component with the state. I mean with the props. And let's test it out. If I select the video, here we can see it is working. We can use the sound. I'll just actually mute it because I don't want to get any copyrights. And here we can see video just works. We can make it full screen, download it, change the playback speed, and even picture in picture, and that's gonna work fine. Okay, so that's perfect. Now we would like to add the functionality to be able to send those videos and photos and save them in our database. And let's start with sending images. So here in this component, this is for the image. When we click to this button, we would like to call a function. And let's create it first at the top. I'll say const handle maybe send image, and let's create it like this. We're gonna pass it into the dialog, and I'll just say handle send image, pass the function, and this is gonna be a prop that we're getting. And then in the button, we'll basically just say on click to this, call that function. And let's go at the top. That should be in the image, in the image, not in the video. Okay, hopefully this should be working fine. And we need to just destructure this. Okay, so let's try to add the functionality now at the very top. Now this function will be really similar what we have done previously when we create the group image. So let's just type it and we'll just see what that means. I'll just say maybe some kind of try catch. In the catch, we could just say toast.error, and we'll just say failed to send image. And then in the try, let's just say set is loading to be true. Maybe we could before the try, and in the finally, we'll just say that's gonna be false like this. And then in the try now, we'll just say const post URL await generate upload URL. But first we need to get that mutation, generate upload URL, and we have done, I think previously, I'll just check that now, API dot, let's import the API. Was it in the conversations? So we had the generate upload URL, and this is gonna create a short-lived upload URL that we have talked about it previously, so I'll just not explain it again. And then we would like to say result await fetch post URL, where we'll just say this is gonna be method of post. In the content type, so selected image type, whatever that is, that's gonna be the content type. And then the body, we'll just say it's gonna be the selected image. And this is gonna give us the storage ID, if you remember. And lastly, we'll just say send the image, and this is a mutation that we'll just create in a second. But if you remember, basically This is the step 1 that we have taken a look at it previously in the documentation, where you create a short-lived upload URL. Then you post the file to the URL, and that's going to give you the storage ID where you would like to save this newly allocated storage ID to the database. And that's what we'll be doing with this send image mutation. Let's go into the messages file, and we would like to create that. So instead of writing this function from scratch, I'll just paste it and I'll just walk you through because we have done something really similar in the past. So as the args, it takes the image ID, which is type of storage ID, and the sender in which conversation this image will be, and check for the authorization in the handler, and we are getting the content with this kind of thing that we have took from the documentation. So we pass the storage ID and get the URL in our storage, and we are adding this message basically to the message table, and we just say message type will be image, and that's what we have done in the create conversation mutation, right? This is the exact same thing where we just get the storage ID. Let's say it is this one, and that's what we have done, and get the content, pass it to our database. And we'll just do the exact same thing for the video, and while we're here, I'll just add it as well. So send video mutation, where we take the video ID, the sender, the conversation, check for the authorization, get the URL from the storage, and pass it to our messages table, right, as the new record. And that's gonna be it. Let's try to get that mutation. I'll say send image, use mutation API messages dot send image, and I'll get the send video as well because we'll use it in a second. And now we can just call it here. It is gonna take 3 different arguments, the conversation, and let's get the selected conversation for this. And it expects the image ID, which is the storage ID that we have just fetched, and then the sender, it is gonna be, and sender will be of course me, right? Let's get that, and I'll just get it maybe here, const me, it's gonna be query, import this, okay, and we'll just say me dot underscore ID. And this should do the magic. And lastly, once we send the message, let's say set selected image will be null, so that it's gonna update the state and close that dialog. And I think we can now just test it out. If you want to, you could show a toast, but we don't need it because we'll just see that immediately in the UI. So here I'll select a photo, and here it is. I'll just say send. We have a loading state, and there we go. The image has been sent. Now we are not handling to show this like in the demo. I'll just send a photo. So in the demo, okay, it didn't work. Let me just refresh. So in the demo, when we send the image, it will just show it in this image component. Okay, it'll look like this. And in our case, it doesn't, but we'll just fix it in a second. And here we can see this has been saved in our Convex Cloud account. And also in the demo application, there is this functionality. When we click to that, it just opens in this dialog so that we can see it in a better way. With this in mind, let's try to add it. And that's going to be in the chat bubble component, because this is where we show our messages. So here, whatever happens, we just show the text message, but we would like to change this. So I'll just say if message type is equal to text, let's see, then we would like to render this part. Okay, but if message type is equal to image, then let's just call something image message component that we'll create in a second. And let's do the same thing for this one. So instead of showing the text message always, we are only going to show that if type is text. And we'll just do the same thing for the image. I'll say image message. And now this is going to be looking really familiar, so I'll just paste it. So image message, it is our component which uses a next image. It has a couple of different class names, and yeah, this is the source. And on click, it's gonna do something. For now, let's just skip it, but I think it doesn't allow us because we need to pass it. And what I'll do, I'll just delete it from here for now. Okay, so we just have the message and we are showing that inside this message component. Let's see in our application. Now it doesn't allow us to use it. We need to add it into the nextconfig.js. This is Next.js related, and let's do it. So in the Next.js, nextconfig.js. Now this is called as MJS, but it is the same thing. It just says module.js so that we could use export and import syntax. Here I'll just say images. It's going to be an object. We'll say remote patterns. It's going to be an array, and we'll say host name. And we'd like to add our, so to say, convex deployment name. And I will get it from here. And let's see if this is going to work or not. And we'll just say convex.cloud. If you refresh now, and let's see, now I'll just click to this. Here we can see this is the image and it is working as expected because we just said to Next.js that this is the host name that you could render the images if it is coming from here. And now we'd like to add this functionality where when we click to the image, it should open up that image in a dialog so that we can see that in a better way. And now I'll just say in the demo, this is not looking correct because this is just a bug that I forgot to fix. So we see the image link and then image icon, but it should be looking like this actually, just the image icon itself. And if you have been following along until here, this should be the end result that you should have. Okay, with that in mind, let's go ahead and add this functionality. In the image message, we're going to add a handle click, but even before that, let's just add a use state. And I'll say const open and set open. By default, that's just gonna be false. This will just determine if the image dialog should be open or not. And I'll just say handle click and set open to true. And we will pass this into this image message as well. Now I can see there are some code duplication here and then here, but we'll just fix it in a couple of minutes. And let's pass this handle click to the image message component. So first in the types, I'll just say handle click. It doesn't return anything. And let's get that. When we click to the image, let's say on click, just call the handle click. Now what will happen when you click to the image, this state will be true. And if it is true, let's go right here. I'll just say if it is open, then I'd like to show a component called image dialog. And I would like to pass a couple of different props, such as source is going to be the message content, which will be the link, and then the open field, as well as the on close, which will set the state to be false. And let's create that component. And before that, I think I'll just copy this part and then just paste it here. And then let's go ahead and create that component. Below here, I'll just paste it. Again, 10 lines of code. We just have a dialog from chat.cn, dialog content, description, and then inside we have an image, which we pass the source that is coming from the props, and then on close and on open, and then just open field that will determine if it should be open or not, and the on open change, which will call the on close. And let's just try to see if that's gonna work or not. I'll just click to that, and there we go. Now it is working, and if the image sent from other user, it should also work because we added this one into here, into this return where we sent the message, and from the other user, it is still gonna work. And now let's add the functionality so that we can send the video, right? In the media dropdown, we had the handle sent image. Now we'd like to create handle sent video. It is going to be looking mostly the same, but let's just try to first bind this into this video dialog component. I'll just say handle send video, and let's get that into the video dialog props. First, let's just pass it, and then in the button on click, I'll just say call that function, and it's gonna be like 90% the same. We'll have try catch, and then the finally. Okay, here I'll just say set loading will be false. Before we try, let's say set loading will be true, and then in the try, again, we'll just first get a short-lived upload URL, and then, so I don't need to even mention, we will send a post method by passing the selected video, the content type, and then that's gonna return us the storage ID, and you'd like to call the sent video mutation, which is going to take the, let's say, video ID, which is going to be storage ID, and I'll just scroll down a little bit. Then we'll just pass the conversation as well as the sender. And lastly, let's just say set selected video will be null. And now hopefully this should work fine. Let's try to test it out. I'll send a video. I selected this video. Let's open that up. So there is a duck, it's just talking, and let's try to send it. Okay, it's been sent, even though we cannot see that because we didn't handle it, but we can see the latest message was a video. Let's go ahead in our database. Here we can see it's the video, and in the files we can see there is a video. Let's just say download. It is gonna open up the video, and here we can see. Now let's handle it so that we can see it in the UI. Again, in the chat bubble, we need to add, let's say if message type is a video, I would like to show a video message. And I'll do the same thing to this one. Now let's create this component. Now I will paste it, but this video message will not take the handle click. Let's close that off or just delete it. Then I will paste it actually at the very top. Yeah, at the very top. We'll have the React player, which takes the URL, which will be the message content, width of 250 pixels, height of the same, and controls will be true. Let's try to see it now. Here I think I accidentally deleted this one. So in the video type, we'd like to actually remove it, but in the image, we're just gonna have the handle click. Okay, let's save, and hopefully we should be able to see that video. There you can see it is working as expected, and we are happy at this point. Now let's fix this code duplication. Here we can see we just have the exact same code over and over again, both here and then here. For this, what we can do is create a function and just have a switch case. So I'll say const render message content, and then I'll just say switch. We will just have a switch depending on the message type. So if it is text, we're going to show the text message. If it is image and video, we'll just show the related component. So I'll say if case is text, then we'd like to return the, let's say, message, text message, just like we have here. And then for the image, we will show this one. Let's return. And then for the video, we will return the video message. Now we can go delete this part and just call the render message content and do the same thing for this part. And in the default case, let's just pass it. We'd like to just return null. Now I know there could be a better way of writing this component. Definitely, like, this is not the best way, but this just makes it a little bit more clean. And for this, maybe you could create a different component that said chat bubble for other user, and then this would be maybe self chat bubble. Like, I just don't know, but this is fine. And as long as it works, just don't touch it. Let's try to see. Everything should be working fine. Text message, image, and video message. Now there is one thing about this video React player. If you don't want to fetch this immediately, let's say maybe lazy loading, we could go ahead and just say, I think there was a field called light, and if you just say true, now this will load it lazily. Okay, it doesn't load until you click to it. Then once you click to that, it is actually going to load. Let's take a look at it again. It is not being loaded, and now it just starts to load. And with this, now we have handled the send image, send video functionality. If you want to, you could add maybe send PDF, but that could be maybe after you complete the video. And we could add a commit. And before we add the commit, I just realized in the user list dialog, we have a to do, and let's just add it. So we said that once we create the conversation, we would like to update a global state called selected conversation. And at the time we didn't have this, but now since we have it, let's try to just create it or update it. So const set selected conversation and import it, this hook. Then we'll just say, first we need to get the conversation name, and this is how I'll be doing. I'll just say conversation name. If we are in a group chat, then we'll just get the group name, but else we'll get the other user's name. And then I'll just save so that we have this formatting. Then I'll just say set selected conversation, and then I'd like to just pass my fields. So for the underscore ID, we'll say pass the conversation ID, and this conversation ID is we are getting from the backend. Let's update this once we create the group conversation as well, just like this. So if you remember, this would return us the conversation ID back, and we are just setting that variable so that we can use it in our global state. Then we will have the participants, which will be the selected user's state, and we'll say is group, and we had a variable like this as well. Then image, if it is group, then we'll just show the rendered image as the value, but else we will get the user's image or the profile picture. Then we'll just say name, that's going to be the conversation name, as well as the admin, which is us because we are creating the conversation. And with this now, this should redirect us back to the conversation once we create it. So here, if I just select these two users and I put something random, create a group, and here we can see it's been created and it takes us to that conversation. And everything works as expected. Nothing has changed in terms of functionality. So yeah. And now let's try to commit our changes with all that in mind. In this section, we specifically added two different functions where we can send the image and send the video. And that was the backend part. And for the client, we just added a couple of different updates. I'll just add all of them to the staging area. And for the commit message, I just add send image and send video mutations added. Let's commit the changes. And with this, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, in this section, let's try to add this functionality where we can kick users from group chats. Now this is the demo application. We are in the group, and since we are the admin, we can kick users out. So if I click to that, it should kick that user, and here we can see now this user is banned from our group conversation. And if I click to this chat, it should create a chat between us. But since we already have one, it'll just redirect us back to that chat. And that's what we'll be building in this section. Let's go ahead and first build the convex mutation under the, I think, conversations it's gonna be. And after this one, let's add export const kick user mutation. Now this could be a challenge for you, and I'll just give you the task. So you would get the conversation ID as args and the user ID so that you know which user you're gonna kick and from which conversation you're gonna kick the user. And then check for some authorization and then find the conversation, then remove the user from the participants array. And with that in mind, now let's watch my solution. We're gonna take the conversation ID that you'd like to kick the user from, and then the user ID, and this is gonna be the user that will kick. Then we'll just take the handler function, and let's check for the identity as always, and if not, throw an error. But otherwise, we'll just get the conversation, and here I already have an auto suggestion. I think I'll just get that. So under the conversations table, we are getting the conversation as it's passed in the args. And then we would like to, maybe we could add a check. We'll just say if there is not conversation, just say conversation not found, but otherwise we'll just update that. So I'll say context.db patch, and we'd like to pass the ID of the conversation. So args.conversation ID, and the field that we'd like to update is the participants array, where we'd like to just filter out the user that we'd like to kick. So this is going to be our mutation, and now we'd like to create this component so that we can see the kick logo or the ban logo in this case, the username, and then the user avatar, because in our case we don't have it. And let me just give a refresh. So here, let's take a look. We can't really see the username. We have the avatar, but we don't have this actions where we can kick user and that kind of stuff. And for this, let's create a component under the home folder. I will call it as, let's say, chat avatar actions.tsx. Now we are going to call this, let's first save it. Here we'll say if it is group, then you'll like to render it. And be careful, this should be under the if check. If the message is coming from other user, then you'd like to show this because we don't want to kick ourselves from the group. So we're not going to pass it to here. And then this is going to take the message as a prop, and then it's going to take me, so the current user, and because we'll be using them. With this, now let's get the props. So this is going to take, let's say, type chat avatar actions props message and me. For me, we could just give any for now and get the iMessage interface that we have created. And what we can do, let's just first destructure this values. I'll get this me and the message, and we could just want to render some JSX. This div is gonna have a couple of different class names. So maybe text of 11 pixels. And this is how you give custom values in Tailwind with this square brackets. Then we'll like to have, flex gap of 4, justify between, font will be bold, and cursor will be pointer. And okay, we'll also give group, and I'll explain what that means. For now, just give the group and leave it like that. then we'll say message.sender.name, and let's save and let's see if this is gonna work. Okay, here we can see this is the username of this message. Then what do we want to add else is this logout button. We had that like before we kick the user, we had this logout icon. And for this, we're gonna go here under the sender name. We will just first check if this user is member and if we are the admin. So we'll say selected conversation dot admin is equal to us. Then we will render a logo. But first, let's get this is member and selected conversation. So we'll just say selected conversation participants includes the message sender's ID. If this is the case, this user is admin, is member, and here we'll like to render this logo called logout, and we can give some class name. So I'll first say size will be 16 pixels, class name of text red 500, and opacity will be 0 by default, so it'll not be visible. But if we hover over this div where we set group, so we'll say group on hover, we'll like to just change the opacity to 100%, let's say. Yeah, okay, let's see this in action. We cannot see it. Let's see. Maybe it's because we are not the admin of this group. Let's see. Okay, this user is the admin, but not us, so we cannot see that. But let's see if in this group, so here we are the admin, so we can see that kick user icon, right? And when we hover over this, the opacity changes to 1, but by default it is 0. And now when we click to this, let's say on click, we would like to call handle kick user function. And now let's create it. Maybe below here. As always, you'd like to have try catch and then the finally. Maybe we don't need finally. And here I'll just say toast.error and just show the error message, or maybe failed to kick user, I'll say. And now in the try, we would like to call our mutation. So I'll say kick user, user mutation under the conversations kick user. This is what we have created. And then in the try, I'll just say await kick user, which wants us to pass some arguments. So the conversation ID will be the selected conversations ID, and then the user ID will be the message sender dot underscore ID. And we have a TypeScript error, so it says this could be possibly null. Let's say if there is not selected conversation, then just return don't do anything. And once we kick the user, now we can just say let's update our global state. Okay, set selected conversation, and we'll just filter out this user from the participants so that we could update our UI depending on that. So I'll just say keep the selected conversation properties and filter out the user that we have just kicked so that we can show this banned icon. And for this, let's go ahead and add that. So maybe above this, I'll just say if this user is not a member, then I'd like to just show this ban icon. So I'll say size 16 and I'll just give the same text color. Okay, with this, I think we are ready to test this out. Here, I'll just click to this. Now this user has been kicked and we cannot see the online status as well, because this is what we have done in the chat avatar. Oops. So chat bubble avatar, we said that if user is member, then show the online status. And now since it's been banned, we can see this icon and it is not shown under the current members. Now, as the next step, I would like to, when I click to this, create a chat with that user. If I already have, it should redirect me to that chat. And for this, let's create another function under this component, chat avatar actions. We will just say on click to this, handle create conversation. And let's create that function. In the past, we already created a mutation to be able to create conversation. So let's say const create conversation, and we would like to use that. So use mutation api.conversations.create conversation, and then here maybe we could say try catch, and then I'll just say toast.error failed to create conversation. But in the try, we would like to just say await create conversation, and we would like to say this is not a group because this is one-on-one chat when we click to the user profile, right? When I click to that, it is obvious that I want to just create one-on-one chat with that user. So I'll say is group will be false, and for the participants, it is going to be me and then the sender of that message. Now that we have created, this is going to return us a conversation ID. And I would like to use this to be able to update my state. So set selected conversation, and we'll just pass the underscore ID of this conversation. Then we'll like to pass the name, let's say the participants. Now this is not a group, right? And is this user, let's say, is online? We'll just say message dot sender is online. And lastly, let's just add the image message dot sender dot image. So with this, now we have created the conversation and update the UI. Now if this conversation already existed, then it's gonna return us the existed conversation ID, and since we are updating the state, it is gonna take us to that conversation. And let's save this and test it out. If I click to this, I already have a conversation with that user, and it is gonna redirect me back to this conversation, and now this is the active, and I can send messages. Here you can see it's just sent just now. But now I think we have a small bug that we need to fix. Let me just try to showcase it. Okay, so now in a different tab, I logged in with this account, and this account is also a member of this group. Now I'll just send a message, and we can see that message here. And if I kick this message now, what's gonna happen? Since we are clicking to this div, right? It is so we are clicking to this logout icon, but it is in this div. So this should also be clicked, and like let's just try to see what's gonna happen. I will kick this user. It's been kicked, but it also took me to this conversation, which I don't really want to. I only want to be redirected if I click to this part. And for this, we are going to go into this function, and we'll take the event, and we'll just say event.stop propagation, so that it doesn't redirect us back to the selected conversation. And for the event type, we'll just say React.moseEvent. Okay, with this now, if you should, you can test it out and it should work as expected. You're gonna kick the user, but it is not gonna redirect you to that chat unless you click to this like username. And also now, since we have kicked this user, right, it is this one. Now this user cannot see this group called guys, but he can still hear this state didn't update. And for this, you can go into the left panel, and when they have been kicked out, this conversation section will update it. Now in this case, it has already been updated, but it should also remove this state. Let's go into the left panel, and here we'd like to use a use effect. And And for now, let's just put it like this. Whenever the conversations changes, this use effect will run. And let's get the set selected state. So get the selected conversation and the setter function for this. And now we will just first get the conversation IDs array. I'll say conversation IDs, and we're gonna just get that from this state that we have. We will just say if there is a selected conversation and if there is this conversation IDs array, so that we don't get TypeScript errors, and we'll say if conversation ID doesn't include the selected conversation, then we would like to just set this state to be null. And now I'll just show that what that means. Now basically, whenever this conversations changes, and it is gonna change when a user being kicked out, and once user being kicked out, this use effect will run, and it is gonna check if this user is not a member anymore. It is gonna set this state to be null, so that this user will see this chat placeholder. Now let's save this file, and then I'll just showcase how that'll look like. Here I'll just create a group, and maybe we could just call it as testing, and I'll create this group now. This has been created, and from this account, let's just say, hey, and now what'll happen, I will kick this user. It is going to update this part for this user, and it should reset this state so that it'll be removed from this screen. So just watch out this part. I'll just kick this user. It's been removed from here, and then use effect run, and now we don't see this because the state is null. So that was something to keep in mind. And for this component, we can also add the loading state. So is loading. Now you could put some kind of skeleton. I didn't prepare anything, so I'll just say if it is loading, then just return null until the so like the is authenticated field becomes true. And then in the right panel, we would like to do the same kind of check. I will save this file, and let's go into the right panel. And in this component, we would like to again get the is loading field. So const from the use convex auth, and what we can do is just say if it is loading, then just return null. And now if we just test it out, here I'll just refresh. Now left panel is null and right panel is null, while it loads the authenticated user in the client. And again, you could put some kind of skeleton for the left panel and then the right panel, but I think I'm just too lazy to add it. And with all these changes in place, let's go ahead and add a new commit. As for the commit message, I said in the third section, we have just added the kick user mutation. And with this, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so in this section, we would like to add this functionality where we can ask two questions for GPT and get some answers back. So here, this is how it's gonna look like. We will prefix our message with @GPT, and we'll just say, what is C++? And just ask the question. That's gonna take a bit time. Then it is gonna give us one sentence answer back. And for this, I'll just need to say that you need to create an OpenAI account. And if you create it for the first time, I mean in the first 3 months, it's gonna give you $5 of credit. And after that 3 months, it's going to expire. My account is already been expired because it's been more than 1 year I have created this account, and then I just added $5 that I could use. Now this is the remaining credit balance, and if you don't want to pay for this, I would say just maybe create a new account or follow along the video, speed up this section, just see how this works, just get familiar with the OpenAI API. And once this balance reach to $0, this will stop working because I set it off to be auto recharge to be off. And with that in mind, let's go ahead and create an API key. And I will just say that if you add $5, you can really use it a lot. And I have asked millions of questions, and this is still my balance. Here you can see just 9 cents has been removed. And now let's go ahead into the API keys, and I would like to create a new secret, and I'll say WhatsApp clone, and I'll create the secret. Now don't use my secret because I will delete it after I publish the video. So I will copy this and I will go into the .env local and add my OpenAI API key. So OpenAI API key, and I will paste it. Then we would like to go into the messages in the convex. We had send text message mutation, and we had a to do, so we said that we will check for the GPT later, and now it is the time. So now in a normal message, once we send it, we're going to save it to the database, right? So this message will be saved into database. Then we'll just check if this message is for GPT, and this is how we can do it. I'll say if args.content, let's say, starts with @GPT, then we would like to run this section, and I'll say await context.scheduler.mutation. I'm sorry, run after, not mutation, because this is going to be an action, and we'll just run this immediately. We'll say api.openai.chat, which we'll create. Then as the arguments, we'll just pass the message body, and that's going to be the args content, then the conversation this message belongs to. Okay, now this will basically schedule the chat action to run immediately, and I'll just put a comment, and let's create this action. And if you remember, actions was used when you want to interact with third-party services. In our case, it is OpenAI. Here I'll just create an OpenAI.ts file, and then in this file we would like to consume OpenAI. So let's go ahead and install OpenAI. Now that's going to install it, and we would like to import OpenAI. Then let's see what are we going to do. Let's say API key process.env OpenAI API key, and we will add this actually not to the env not into the env local file, but instead I will add it to my convex dashboard. So I just copied this value. Maybe I could paste it later, and then we'll say const OpenAI. We'll say new OpenAI and pass the API key, but this should be inside an object. And now we'd like to create our action, and I will just call it as chat action, import it from the generated file or the folder. Then this is going to take the args as well as the handler as always. And in the args, if you remember, we just passed the message body, which will be v.string, and then the conversation, which is ID of a conversation. And then now in the handler, this is how you consume the OpenAI API. So we're going to get a response back from OpenAI.chat completions, and we'd like to create call the create function, and we'll just say the model that we'd like to use is GPT 3.5 Turbo. Like, you could use the GPT-4. I'll just put a comment, but it is actually pretty slow. So it is slow, that's why I am using this model. Then we would like to say in the messages array, this is how we will configure it. This is going to take two different objects. So this is the first one and then the second one. In the first one, we'll just say role will be system, and we'll just say to OpenAI that now you are a terse bot in a group chat responding to questions with 1-sentence answers. And this allows us to just have 1-sentence answers. And we're doing this so that we don't really consume our credits as quickly as possible, but instead just have it for a long time. And then now this is the user's message. We'll just say role will be user. This is the one who asks, and the content will be the message body. And then once GPT gives us a response back, we'll click to say res.choices, and this is an array. We'll get the first value dot message dot content, and I'll just assign this to something like message content. And now we'll click to call another mutation. Now I know this looks a bit complicated, but I'll draw a diagram and explain it once we complete this. So context.run mutation and API.messages.send chat GPT message. This is something that we'll create, and we will pass the content as the argument. And let's say it's going to be the message content, but let's say GPT was not able to get an answer. So we'll just say, I am sorry, I don't understand that, or maybe I don't have a response for that. Okay, and then we'll just say, this is the conversation this belongs to. And now let's create this one, and then I'll just explain what is happening. So we need to get the API, and then the OpenAI. We cannot get that because we need to save the file. And then here I'll add our mutation. So export const send GPT message, and that's going to be mutation, where we'll just have the args. And if you remember, we were sending the content as well as the conversation. So this is what we are sending. And then we need to have a handler. So basically, we're going to take the message that GPT sends us and save it to our database. So await context db insert under the messages table the message that we just got back. Content will be args.content. Now the sender will be chat GPT, and then message type will be text, obviously, and then this is the conversation that it belongs to. So this is just something that we have done in a normal message, right? So yeah, now everything should be working fine. I'll just explain it once more, and then I'll show you a diagram. So when we send a normal message, this mutation will run, and we will save that message to the database. Then we'll just check, was this message for GPT? If so, we're gonna run this action, and we are gonna ask to GPT. It is gonna give us a response back. We're gonna extract it, which will be our message content. Then we will say, now that we have the GPT answer, let's save it to our database, because we have saved it to the database, this message, and then we got a response back. We need to save this to the database as well so that we can see it here. And so this is what we are doing. We're calling this mutation, this one, and we just save it to messages table. Now I think we all understand it, how it works, but here is the workflow in a diagram. When the user prefixes GPT in the question, they send the message, this mutation runs, which saves the user question to our database. And then it calls the OpenAI chat action, which gets an answer from OpenAI. Then it calls this mutation, and this saves the OpenAI answer to our database. And with all this in place, we should have this kind of logic or output. We ask the question and we see this output, but now we don't have this in place. Let's go ahead and add it. And even before that, we need to get this OpenAI API key and paste it to our dashboard. So I will delete it from here, and then under the settings, environment variables, I will add OpenAI API key and then paste the value. Now whatever you put here, it should match with this one, because you're using this from the process.env, and we can delete this from the .env file. With this in place, let's just try to test it out first. I'll go into the messages, So this is the last message that we have sent. Now let's try to send something else. I'll say add GPT and what is Python, and I'll just ask it. Now this is going to give us an answer, but we cannot use it because we didn't implement it in the UI. We got an error from ChatBubble, which we'll fix. But if we take a look at it here, we just ask the question and it gives us a response back. And sender is ChatGPT, and it says Python is a high-level programming language known for its simplicity and readability. Okay, with that in mind, let's go into the chat bubble and add the UI. So Control E, chat bubble. And first, let's just add this question mark, because if the sender is GPT, it's not gonna have an ID, right? With this now, we are gonna get rid of that error. And then we could add another field. Let's say instead of from me, that's gonna be from AI. And we'll just say message.sender.name is equal to this value. If this is the case, this is going to be sent from OpenAI, and we might want to change the background class to be this blue color. And for this, we can say if message is from me, okay, we're using this value, but if message is not from AI, so this means it is from the other user, then we're gonna run this part. But else, so this means message is from AI, right? And then I'll just say BG, maybe I'll use blue 500, and I'll say text white. Now this might look a little bit complicated if you're a beginner, but relatively simple. We'd like to use this BG class. We already have that in place, and we don't want to show this other message indicator for the AI. So like, we don't see this kind of thing in this one. And for this, I will wrap this and I'll say show this only if, okay, I did a mistake. Let's just do Control Z. I'll say if this is not from AI, then show this one. And let's say if it is from AI, we would like to show a bot icon, which is coming from Lucid React, and we could give size of 16, and then class name, I'll say position, absolute, bottom -2 pixels, and this should be wrapped like this. Then we'll just say left will be 2. And let's just see how this will look like. I'll just zoom out and go into our application. Okay, we should add that check as well. So from me, because if it is from AI, this will be null, right? So it still cannot do this. Okay, now this works fine, but we didn't get the background. So maybe we made a mistake. Let's see. Okay, so we cannot see this is because let's just say console log the message.sender, and for the OpenAI, like, let's see what are we gonna get. Now this message has sent from us, right? But for the OpenAI, it is null. It's because we didn't handle it when we say under the messages. So we are getting messages. Let's see, not this one. When we get the user detail, we also need to take care of that. So before we do anything here, I'll just say if message.sender is equal to ChatGPT. If this is the case, we would like to return this object. Let's just say message, just put it as it is. And for the sender, it's gonna have this name of ChatGPT. And for the image, we would like to, let's say /gpt.png. And this will be something we will put into this file. So I mean this folder, just get it from the GitHub repo. So I have just grabbed it. Now I'll just drag and drop under the public folder. And this is what we'll be using for the profile pic. And with this in place, hopefully it should be working fine. And let's test it out. I'll refresh. Okay, it is still not working. Okay, it's working actually. While I was talking, it started to work because Convex has deployed our changes. Okay, now that this one is working, we don't get the profile pic because we need to add it in a different component. Now in the chat bubble avatar, we'd like to add this field called from AI, and then I think that's gonna be it. Let's go into the chat bubble avatar and add that field, which is gonna be Boolean, and it is not gonna be optional. Then we will say if this is a group and if it is not from AI, then do not show this. But if it is from AI, then we'll like to show this avatar. And also in this component called chat avatar actions, we would like to just add const from AI, and we don't want to be able to kick the AI. So just in case, let's add this check. If it is from AI, return don't do anything. And we don't want to be able to create conversation with AI, and we don't want to even show this icon if it is from AI. So I'll say if it is not from AI, oops, so I'll just do Control Z because it imported something. So I'll say from AI. If this is false, then I would like to show the ban icon. And now if we save, hopefully this should work, but we don't see the ChatGPT name just like we have here. For this, we need to go into the chat bubble and remove this part. And we would like to add that group check here. So I'll say const. And to be able to check for it, we need to use the selected conversation. And we would like to show this ban icon if we are in a group chat. So is group, if this is the correct, then we would like to show it. And same for this part. I'll maybe just paste it here. And this should work fine now. We can see the name. We cannot see kick icon, or we cannot create a message with this user. Now I click, nothing happens. And with that, now I think that's gonna be it for this section. Let's add our changes. So I put my commit message and I'll just commit that. And I'll see you in the next section. And before that, I just realized something. Now in 101 chat, we still see this name, which we don't want to. We only want to see that in group chat. So in 101, we don't want to see it. Let's fix it. In the chat avatar actions, we will just say if this is a group, then we would like to see this. Otherwise, we don't want to see that and it'll be removed, but it's gonna work as the same in the groups. And I'll just add a commit for this. And this is my commit message, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so in this section, we would like to build this functionality where we can ask for images from DALL-E with this kind of prefix, and it is gonna give us an image as a response back. And implementing this will be relatively easy because we have done something similar in the past. And let's go ahead now try to build this. And before we do anything else, just go ahead from the GitHub repo. There are 2 images that I'll provide. Just take them and put them into this public folder. So I drag and drop those images, which is DALL-E. We'll be using this as an icon to indicate this image is coming from DALL-E. And the other one is kind of like a placeholder, and I called it as OpenAI, and we'll be using this when we cannot create images from DALL-E. And let's go under the convex, and this is going to be looking really similar what we have done in the past. So under this send text message, we have created this if check, right? We are checking if this starts with the GPT prompt, but instead we will say if, maybe I'll just copy this exact same line and we're gonna check for if it starts with DALL-E. Okay, if this is the case, we are gonna run, I'll just get the exact same thing, paste it from OpenAI, but we'll call the DALL_E function or action, and we're passing the conversation ID as well as the content. In this case, it's gonna be our prompt. Let's go into the OpenAI file now, and we're gonna create that action. So I'll say export const, maybe just call it as DALL-E action, and then that's gonna take the args, and then the handler, we'll just pass it. Now this is how we would create images with OpenAI. You would say, now this is going to give us a response. We'll say await OpenAI.images.generate, which takes an object. Then we'll say model that we'd like to use. In this case, I would like to use DALL-E 3, and we're going to say as the prompt, take it from the args, and n, which says number of images that you'd like to create. You just want to create one, and for the size you have a couple of different options. Now I wanted to use this one, but for some reason I got some errors. That's why I'll be using this one, and this is going to give us a response back, and we'll say res.data, take the first one from the array and take the URL, and we're gonna assign this into a variable, and I will just call it as image_URL, or maybe let's use this notation, image URL, the camel case. And then we'll like to just run the exact same mutation that we have done previously. And maybe I'll just copy it and paste it, then just change it a little bit. Now we are going to call this mutation, but for the message content, we will just say image URL. But if this is empty, like for some reason DALL-E couldn't create it, we are going to send this, so to say, image that we have created, OpenAI. Okay, I'll just put a /.png. And now since we are calling the exact same function with same arguments, this will give us some errors because here we are sending text. So I'll just say message type will be text. And for this one, we would like to add the message type to be image. Let's go into this function and handle that. As the arguments, we're going to take the message type, which will be a union type. And that's going to be, let's say, v.literal, either text or image. Now it is not going to be a video because we cannot create videos. And now let's see, we need to close that off. And for the message type, this is not going to be text, but we'll be taking that from the args. Okay, let's save both of these files. Now let's test them out. Convex will deploy our changes, and let's just ask the exact same prompt. A duck sitting in the cloud drinking coffee. So I'll say at DALL-E, and I will just send my prompt, and let's see what we're gonna get answer back. Now this has a loading state, like it just takes a little bit of time. Maybe you need to add some kind of loading state. Okay, so we got the image back. For some reason it doesn't work. Let's see in the database. This is what we have. I'll just delete the codes. Okay, so this is the image that has been created, and I know why it is not working. We need to go into the next config and just add that host name because we are getting the image from OpenAI. So this is the host name. I will copy it and then I will duplicate this one. Let's first go and give a little bit space, put a comma, and then put the host name. Now hopefully Next.js should be able to render that image. And let's see from the console if it is going to restart. Okay, hopefully we should be able to see that in our application. I'll just give it a refresh and let's check it out. Okay, so here we can see now, hopefully it's gonna render. And there we go, we got the image back, and we can open that up in a dialog and close it, and we could just ask for anything now. And by anything, I mean if you ask something like adult content, it is not gonna generate, and I think it is gonna throw some errors, which you can either handle it from here or just add some placeholder images. And this is what I have done. Maybe you could just handle it in a different way. And when you ask the when you ask the prompt, it takes a little bit of time to get the image and generate it. So you could show some kind of loading state, which I'll not do. And now I'll just ask a couple of different prompts. So here is my first prompt. A person in a home chair sits in front of the television connected to hundreds of sensors with wires. And let's send it. Now we could have some kind of loading state, but let's just wait for it. And there we go. Now image has been created. It is going to render it hopefully. Then we should be able to see that in that dialog. And this is the response that we just got back. And just know that for each image, OpenAI charges you about 4 cents. Okay, so this is how much you will be charged per image because we're using DALL-E 3. If you were to use the DALL-E 2, this is how much it would cost. So if you were using DALL-E, this is how much it would cost. But in our case, this is like 4 cents per image. And let's just put maybe 2 different prompts. So this is the second one. Now we got the response back, but it should scroll for us to the very end, and we'll just add this in a second. And there we go. This is our prompt, and this is the response back. And I just want to send one last time so that we could just have a cool chat history. Now also we would like to update this logo to look like this if message is an image. It is coming from DALL-E and this is coming from GPT. Let's just wait for the answer. This is what we got. So thousands of people are sitting at computers learning how to code. And since each image costs about 4 cents, let's just do a little bit of calculation. Let's say we have $5 of credits and we would like to create images for 4 cents. In total, we can create 125 images in total. But since we are using also chat completions, maybe that would be about 100. I don't know, like it just depends how your users use this application. Now let's add this functionality. When we got the message back, it is going to scroll for us till the very end. Or when we change the chat, now it doesn't scroll for us for the latest message. And for this, we can go into the message container, I believe. And here we have a div, which we map through our messages. Here I'd like to just add a ref, and I'll just call it as last message ref. Then we'll just create this. So here I'll just say const last message ref. It's gonna be use ref. Let's import it. Then it is gonna be HTML div element. That's what we have passed it, and by default it's just gonna be null. And inside the use effect, we're just gonna check once the messages array changes, we're going to scroll to that. Let's say when the messages changes, run this use effect where we would like to say last message ref.current, scroll into view, and behavior will be smooth. Now if you leave it like this is gonna work sometimes and sometimes it is not gonna work. And the solution that we do is to wrap this with set timeout and just put some really small value. In this case 100 milliseconds is fine. And now the reason that we need to add this is because how rendering works in React, sometimes it just doesn't see that in the DOM and it is not able to show this if you don't add the set timeout. But now since there is a little bit of delay, it'll be able to scroll for us. And let's see if this is gonna work or not. And here we can see once I click to add chat, if it has enough space, it's gonna scroll for us till the very end. And let's ask something different. If we just send some message, let's say, hello, how's it going? And we sent the message. Now it scroll for us until the very end. Let's add a little bit of padding for the last message. And here, if we just delete the height full, I think it should work. Okay, it already has some padding. I think because of this one, and it just works nice. And we forgot to update this logo. Let's go ahead and fix it. And it is gonna be in the messages when we try to get messages. So we said that if the sender is ChatGPT, we would like this image to be this gpt.png, right? But now we would like to make it dynamic. And I'll say const image. It's gonna be if message.message type is equal to text, then we would like to show this one, right? But else we would like to show the, let's say, DALL-E.png. And with this in place, we could say image, it is gonna be this constant, or we could even shorten this like this. Hopefully this should work. I'll just give it a refresh. And there we go. Now Convex deployed our changes and it is working as expected. These are coming from DALL-E and this is coming from GPT. Now I think this is gonna wrap this section, and I just want to talk a little bit about pricing. So one image will cost 4 cents since we're using the DALL-E 3, and 2 cents for the DALL-E 2 so to say model. And it's because this one gives you a little bit more high resolution images, or maybe let's say a better quality. And this values might change when you are watching this video, and these are the values as of today. And when it comes to this chat completions, here is the pricing section in OpenAI. So they say like for the output, for 1 million tokens, it is gonna cost $1.5. And what is a token? Let me just paste that. So basically one token is 4 characters in English, and here are some couple of approximations that I have took from the OpenAI website. So like one paragraph will take about 100 tokens, and one sentence or two, so like 1-2 sentence will take about 30 tokens. And since we are just giving 1 sentence answers, I think we can use this application for a really long time with just $5 of credit. But be careful about images because, as I said, they'll just cost more than you think. I mean more than chat completions. And with that, I think I'll just put this comments at the very end of the file so that maybe you would just take it as a reference in the source code. Let's go ahead and commit our changes. And this is my commit message, DALL-E Support added. And with this, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so in this section, we would like to add video calling feature to our app. And for this, we'll be using Zego Cloud, which is a global communication service provider. And it provides powerful and developer-friendly SDK and APIs. And with the help of them, we can build many communication features in our apps, such as video calls, chats, video conferences, live streaming, and a lot more. And in this video, we'll be using their UI kits to be able to create a video calling feature in less than 30 minutes. And I'll show you the entire workflow from start to end, and you'll see how easy it is to implement it and the power of these UI kits. Now, there will be a link in the description. Go ahead and sign up. They are generous enough to give you 10,000 free minutes that you can use, which is awesome. Now, I already have an account, so if you click to this sign up link, they are gonna take you to this page where you fill in this form and start your free trial. And again, you can get that 10,000 free minutes. And once you sign up, they're gonna ask you a couple of different questions, but it's pretty basic. Just fill that in and then it's going to take you to the console. So this is my console. I have created one project, but I'll just walk you through the entire process from scratch. Let's go ahead and create a project. We would like to select video, voice and video calls, and select it. Then let's say next. let's give it a name. I'll just say WhatsApp clone. Let's just say underscore, then we cannot put dashes. Now there are two ways of doing that. We'll like to go as quickly as possible, and this provided UI kit I think is pretty cool, and there are a lot of different supports for Android, iOS, web, React Native, and Flutter, and we'll be using web. So let's go ahead and start with UI kits, and that's gonna create a project, and once that's done I'll just be right back. Now it's been created, and it's gonna take us to this dashboard where we'd like to go with web. And here there is a basic configuration that you can do. Like you could let's say disable the microphone, the camera, and audio settings, screen sharing, and this is gonna show you how it'll look like in your browser. But we'd like to just have all of them on, and we'd like to use group calls so that we can both do one-on-one call and group calls. And you can change, like you can see how it'll look like in the grid, sidebar layout, and in the auto. With that in mind, let's say save and start to integrate. Now here is a demo that we could test it out. I'll just put my name, and then I'll just join. So here we can turn off our camera, turn that on, same for the microphone, and I'll just open up my camera. Here you can see this is the output. We could share our screen and change the layout as well. We could go into the settings, change the video and audio settings, and now we could also see the chat. Every user will take this notification once we send it, and we can see who are the members in this room, and we can even copy the link of this room and share it with our friends so that they could join. And this is what we'll be building. Let's just get the config file and integrate. Now here you can see there is an app ID and server secret. I will hide them so that you can't see it, and you should be doing the same thing. Don't share it with anyone else, and we'll be using those values in a second. Now I will copy these values and put it in my .env file. So this is what my .env file look like. I have next public Zigo app ID and next public Zigo server secret. Go ahead and do the same thing and copy those values and paste it. Now I'll be doing that, and I'll just come back to the video. So I just put my app ID and server secret into this file. And let's see what's going to be the next step. So just scroll till the very end and say go to admin console. And here you can see your used minutes, your balance, and your developer support plan, which will expire after 15 days. It's been already been 20 days that I've been created this account. So my advanced support plan expired, but I can still use my free minutes. Now to be able to implement it, let's go into the documentation. So this is the homepage, zigocloud.com. Go under the developers and documentation, where we'd like to go with video calls, and we'd like to select the web, and then we'd like to go with call kit. Now there is a documentation that walk you through, and this is the end result that we'll have in our browser. We'd like to start with npm package manager. So I'll just click to this, and there should be step-by-step walkthrough. Now the first thing that we'd like to do, just copy this command and paste it into our terminal. So here I'll just open up new one and paste it. This is gonna install that package. And then in the documentation, there is a React, Next.js, Angular, and Vue that you could implement for the web. We'll be using Next.js, and here is a complete example for React. And for the Next.js, they just add the place that you need to change. And what they provide you here is for testing purposes, but they also tell you that you should be following this guide if you want to make your app go live officially. And this is what we'll be doing later, because we will deploy this app. But for now, let's just go ahead and do the test version. For video calls, we would like to create a specific page, and we'll go under the app, and I'll just say video-call, and then page.tsx. And I think we are not using this task page anymore, so I think I could delete that. Now in this page, we could take this entire thing and paste it, but this is using client side. Even if we just take this, put it here, and now this is going to give us some errors. And even if we do something like use client, this will still throw some errors. At least that happened in my case. So what I'll be doing is to actually render this page completely on the client, no SSR at all. So it is not going to be any server-side rendering. So I will delete everything in this file. I'll call it as use a client directive at the top, just like this. Then we'll say import dynamic, and then I'll just create this variable, dynamic video UI, and then I'll just say dynamic, and we'd like to import a file called video UI kit. And as the second argument, I'll just put an object. I'll say SSR should be false. And again, this will just force this component to be rendered completely on the client. Let's create that one. Now for the content for this file, just grab that from the GitHub repo and paste it. It's about 60 lines, and I'll just walk you through. And this is where you can find it in the copy as you go.md file. So I just put a comment, starter code for video UI kit.tsx component, and I will paste it. And you'll just go ahead, copy it, and then paste it. And this is going to be the result. Now we have the app ID, which is coming from .env file. This is what we have created, and then the server secret. Now we need to put plus so that it is gonna convert this to be a number, because if you delete that, this will be a string, which is not gonna work. And what is happening in this file, basically there is a function to create random ID that we'll be using for the room ID. And if room don't have any IDs, we're gonna create that, and then we will be creating a meeting in this div, which will have every style with the help of this class name. And here we are just generating a kit token for the testing purposes. And like there are a couple of different configurations. Now we are using group calls, but if you want to just change this and make it 101 call, but again we'll be using group calls. And in group calls you can still do 101 call. So I will just save all these files. And here in this one, of course, we need to say export default function. And I'll just give it like video call, and then we're gonna return this dynamic video UI, which will be rendered only in the client. And with that in mind, let's just try to test it out. I'll just give it a refresh to our application. And if we click to this should take us to the video call because we added a link. And here we can see now this is the UI that we have. We can turn off our camera or turn that on. And again, if I open up my camera, here you can see it is working. We can do the same thing for the microphone, and I'll just put my name and join to the group. So here I could share my screen. Maybe I would like to add some friends to this room. I'll just go ahead and take the personal link, and let's open up a new tab. I'll paste it. And let's say this user also wants to join, and I'll just give it a name to be John. So let's just, okay, I'll just close the microphone so that it doesn't echo. Let's go ahead, open up this camera as well. Now we can see users, and let's just copy it, this room, and paste it once more so that we can see group call actually is working. I'll just give the name as Bob. And there we can see. Now we can also change the layout to be grid or to be sidebar, or in the auto, I think it's just gonna either be grid or sidebar. And let's try to share our screen. I'll just share this one. Now, since I am the user that shares in all these browsers, it's gonna look a little bit weird, but in a real world, that should be fine. And let's close these other accounts. Now this is fine, but this is not ready for production, and it's because we are using this server secret in the client. This code can be seen in the developer console. So if you know how to find it, you could take the developer tools and just see that. But instead, we would like to implement it safely, and in the documentation, there is a guide that we can take a look. How can we implement it? Now they give us a GitHub plugin that we can use. So let's see for Node.js. I think I'll click to this one. And if we go into the sample, maybe in the server, we have this file. I will copy this entire file and paste it into my backend. And in this case, it is going to be our route handlers. So this is something Next.js specific. We have route handlers. We could put them under the API folder. And I'll create a new folder, and my endpoint will be, let's say, Zigo Cloud. And you need to have this file called root.ts. And then also this file, we will just add. So we're going to call it as Zigo Server Assistant. And I will paste the content, which is about 150 lines. We don't need to think about this at all. Let's make this to be string. I'm sorry, not string, but that's going to be number. Okay, with that in mind, this file should work now. And in this file, we would like to create a get method, and let's see how we can do that. So we'll say export async function, which is going to be a get request. It's going to take the request as the first argument. Let's just say this will be request, and then here we would like to get the user ID first. So let's just write this function, and once we use it, I think that's going to be a bit more clear. So URL, let's create it depending on the request.url, and we would like to extract the user ID. So we'll say url.searchparams.get the user ID, and then we would like to use the app ID and service secret here. So I'll say const app ID and use it from our .env file as well as the server secret. And let's put the expiry time, which will be const effective time in seconds. And I am taking all these from the documentation that I'll just show you in a second. Then we're going to take the payload, which is going to be an empty string. This is what is recommended. And we'll have a token. Now we'll be using this file that we have just created, and it has this function called generate token 04, and we're going to call that, which will take the app ID, the user ID, the server secret, and effective time in seconds, as well as the payload. And this is going to give us the token. Let's fix this one, and we would like to return this as a response. So I'll say return response.json. We would like to just return the token, and I'd like to also send the app ID. Now this says this could be empty, but let's just say this is never going to be null. We are going to get that value. So if you wonder where I took this file, it's basically in the documentation. If you go under the test index.js, you can see they are doing the exact same thing. Calling this function, they pass this arguments. And like for the user ID, they say put your own user ID, which we took from the URL, the app ID, server secret, and payload. And this is what they recommend. It should be set to an empty string for a basic authentication token. Now we will send a request to this in our client so that we can get a token back. And the benefit of this, now we are not storing the server secret in the client, but instead we are storing that in our backend. And in the video UI kit, now we will actually delete this part. This was for test. And maybe instead of deleting it, I'll just keep it as a reference so that we can see what we are doing. So we'll say const kit token, and I'll just call this one, but we're going to call generate token for production, which is going to take the app ID, the token which we'll create, room ID, and then the user ID. Again, we're going to get this from Clerk, and then the username. Now to be able to get this token, let's just send a fetch request to our endpoint that we have just created. So I'll say res await fetch. I'll put template strings API, and you need to call it as the folder name, so Zigo Cloud, and we'll like to pass a query, which is going to be the user ID, and we're going to get this user from Clerk. So I'll say const use Clerk, which is going to give us the user inside an object. Now here we have an error. We'll just fix it in a second. Now this tells you you cannot use await, so let's just take all of this and put it into a function, and I'll just call it as const init meeting, and then paste it, then just call this at the bottom. And I think we need to take this at the root level so that we can use hooks. And let's put a question mark in case this is undefined. And from the response, let's say const token, get that from the res.json. And let's also get the app ID, because this is what we are returning from the backend, right? And we're gonna put a question mark from here as well. And we'll just say there will always be ID on the user object. And for the username, let's get that. Here I'll just say const username, user.fullname. But what if this user don't have a full name? We'll just get the email. We'll just get the first part of the email. So user.email addresses, get the first one, dot email address, and split that from the @ symbol and get the first part. So if email address is something like johndoe@gmail.com, this is going to be the username because we have splitted this one. Now with that in place, we can delete that and users will not be able to steal those from the client. They are stored in the server, and let's just delete this part as well. Now hopefully this should be working fine. To keep this file clean, I will take this and put it into the utils. So at the very bottom, I will paste it. First, we need to export this. So export function random ID, then import this one, which is coming from utils. Let's save and let's test it out. I'll just go ahead and give it a refresh. Now camera is started. This is my name already. It's here because we fetched it from the Clerk. So this is the username. We passed it into the token, and it's gonna create that pre-built UI kit. Now if you want to, of course, you could change the name. Then we're gonna get the link and let's just join. Okay, this is what we have. Now in our application, we can share it in the private chat or in the group chat, and let's just say, hey, just join to my chat. Now from the same browser, we cannot join twice because now this is in the production. If I just join now, it is gonna close this one. As you can see, it just says you have left the room, but instead it just opened that up in this one. So I'll just go ahead and open up a new browser window, and I'll just join to this room. So I have just logged in from this browser, and this is the message that we have just got. It says, hey, join to my chat, and let's click to it. Hopefully this should get our name, but I'll just put something different, and let's just join. Now we should be, oops, I'll just close the microphone so that it doesn't echo. And here we can see now it is working in both browsers, and let's just send a message. And it's gonna be shown here, there you can see, and we could open up here as well. And we should be able to see that here as well. So everything is working as expected. And this is gonna be it for this section. Just know that we have added this part so that we can securely save our secret in the backend. Now this is the client code, and there isn't anything called secret in this code. You can't really see that. It's because it is being used in our backend, which is our route handlers. We have the server secret. We are passing into this generate token function, and as a response, we are getting a token. And instead of calling this next public, I will just change it to be Zigo app ID and Zigo server secret. And I'll do the same thing in my .env file. So here is the .env file. I have just deleted that next public prefix and leave them like this. And now I'll just put my values. And with that, let's save our changes and commit everything that we have added in this section. I'll just add everything to the staging area. So this is my commit message, and we are in the 4th section. And with this, I'll see you in the next section. So now finally, we are in the deployment section. And to be able to deploy this app, first we need to create a GitHub repo and push our changes into it. So go into your GitHub account and create a new repository. I will call this one as WhatsApp clone, and then I'll just say create a repository, and that's gonna be public. and we need to push our existing code. And for this, let's get this commands, and in a terminal, we'll just go ahead and paste it. Now it looks like the code has been pushed. Let's refresh. And there we can see everything is looking fine. The latest commit that we have just added was 6 minutes ago. And for the deployment, we'll be using Vercel. So go into your Vercel account and create a new project, which we will get that from our GitHub repo. And I will import this one. So we need to add our environment variables. Here I'll just copy and paste them from my .env file. So just paste every environment variable and then click to deploy. And that's gonna take a little bit of time, and once it's done, I'll be right back. So it has just been deployed and we didn't get any errors. Let's continue to dashboard. And this is the live URL that we could take a look. Here it is live. Let's continue with our Google account. Now I just logged in and let's see, everything is working fine and as expected. Let's just send some messages. Send some messages to GPT. And looks like everything is working fine and as expected, just like in the development. Now it looks like these images are not working, but if we try to create from scratch in the production, and that should work. I'm not really sure why it is not working, because we have created in the localhost and now we are in the production, but from here on out it should be working in the production. And this is the result that we got back, and we can render it and we don't have any errors, just like with these ones. And I have just tested out video calling as well. Here you can see this is the production and it is working as expected. There are two different users in the chat. We could say, hey, send the message. They should be able to see that in this application, and they could also send a message. And of course they can open up the camera. We could just see them. It is working as expected. Now this is gonna be it for the project. I hope you enjoyed it, and I would say feel free to add more features to this app and just take it to the next level and make it your own. If you like this one, then you might want to subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching and I'll see you in the next one.